Oh, sorry. I was distracted for a moment. I'm live. Just wanted to mix my drink. Blood orange and lemonade. The blood orange is really heavy and goes to the bottom, so I just like to mix it up. Frank, you like the shut the fuck up video? Nice. Yes, the COVID idiots. And Gecko's having a hard time staying awake. Have you been awake all night, man? Luke wants to fine Gecko for doing a wolf howl. All right, that's a thing, I guess. I was going to say that's fair, but I'm not sure if that's fair. It's a thing, though. That's what it is, and you know, sometimes that's enough. Peter, ahoy hoy to you. Happy Friday night. I'm gonna get stuck into, because it's formal Friday. I'm gonna get stuck into making a video. I'm gonna Milk Punch Madness, as I've said in the title. I'm going to do a bit of experimenting with milk punches and seeing what comes out. That's a thing, Gecko. A furry awoo is not allowed. Okay. Hey, Stella, good evening. Pugwash, it's formal Friday. Also, I'm going to make a video for my cocktail channel, and I've decided this is my look for my cocktail channel. White shirt, vest, and tie. I'm going to do my top button up and everything. I just haven't done that yet. Catherine, you're making a video too. Nice, nice. It's good to be multitasking. I'm intrigued. What's taking ages? What are you doing, Catherine? There are many things you can do in video creation that will bog you down and take ages to do. Nobody hate anything tight around your neck. Well, we know what corset. That was a really good sentence. We know what kind of sex you're not into. Yeah, I don't like ties at all. I'm just going to do it for the and I agree with you. I do not like doing up top buttons. I am just going to do it for the sake of appearance. That's why it isn't done now, because I'm not shooting the video yet. But very soon I will. Where to put my phone? It's in my pocket. Need to get it out because I want to have some recipes. Yes, Luke, what about Trump being positively negative? I think I... Why is my fucking messenger fucking... Why would you fucking do that? Ugh. I had done it. Sorry, the bloody text to my phone was being difficult on me. Catherine, oh yeah, rendering. Yeah, rendering can take a long time. Nobody had a go at having something tied around your throat once. Okay. Well, I'm glad that was an experience that didn't have the intended outcome and that you're still able to be here with us. Catherine, about everything you've been up to lockdown. It's good. F-bomb minutes in, all good. Yes, I'm thinking I want to do a video where I'm just going to talk to the camera, but I'm going to just really explore the idea. Exactly how fucking stupid is Trump? Because he's stupid. He is very stupid. He is not bright. He does not have an inquisitive mind. He is a black hole of narcissism. But there's a sort of nasty, shrewd cunning about him. The way he plays people off, the way he manipulates people. And it's thing like, yeah, I mean, Trump is definitely, oh, who's on the tie? Yeah, it's Mr. Bean. You're right, Pugwash. It's Mr. Bean on the tie. So, very stylish Mr. Bean tie. Oh God, now I've ruined it completely. No, but yes, if there was a meter that measured stupidity, Trump would overload it. Yes, fair call. Oh, yeah, Frank, your contribution. No, people, we're raising money for AZ. No one should feel bad if they're not in a position to donate at all. No one should feel bad if they're just in a position to donate a little bit. Just the positive wishes to him are worth a lot. Just if you can't donate, maybe sharing it and maybe someone can. That's great. Every dinero counts. So I definitely don't want anyone to feel bad, like, oh, I didn't donate very much, or I'm not in a position to donate. No. Neither myself nor AZ wants you to feel bad about that. It's all about what your circumstance is and what's happening now. So you definitely shouldn't feel bad. But oh, Gecko, yeah, the thing with the mask. Yes. Again, Trump tells such stupid lies. What mentality is required to tell absolutely ridiculous lies? Just really stupid and unnecessary and obvious lies. And what sort of petulant child? Like, it's his emotional development was apparently completely stunted sometime between the ages of 3 and 5, because he never approaches anything with anything more sophisticated than a toddler's outlook. Like, it is straight up embarrassing to watch. And, we're just condemned to this hellhole that we live in. Again, because I'm just really pissed off that no reporter, I don't even want to call them journalists because so few of them are, but no reporter will just stop him and say, that's a lie. You just said something that's not true. And for the reporters to consistently team up, and if he tries to dodge it, just go, no, don't dodge the question. You just lied. That isn't acceptable. And, and that's my fool's paradise. I wish for a world where reporters would actually bail Trump up and say, you're lying, stop lying. Just stop lying. And God. How did he make it through wedding vows 3 times? Well, it's a pretty simple script. And in fact, a lot of wedding vows, the celebrant says the line, and then the person getting married just repeats the line. So he doesn't have to remember anything. He just has to repeat the show. Yes, Luke, he had a TV show, The Apprentice. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Stella, we walked out of the press conference just for being asked a question he didn't like. That happens repeatedly. Like, he's pathetic, he's weak, he's a coward, and he's a fucking child. Yeah, Invisible Chicken, I know some of the reporters have made some effort, but and I've seen some presenters on TV shows just basically, God, he just lies all the time. But they need to consistently just say and emphasize, he is lying. It's easy to prove he's lying, and he does it all the time, and it's not acceptable. Oh, yeah, Stella, they need to pin Scummo down as well, because he's a pathetic, worthless shitweasel liar. And he's horrible and smug with it. Hello, stranger, what are you on? You gonna give me the book then? I promised to make a cocktail. So I'll probably make a double so I can have one too. All right. So were you okay with that one that I said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to make a tequila cocktail called a Nouveau Carré. So it's got tequila, Lillet Blanc. I'm just going to do a substitute for that because I think I used up all my Lillet Blanc. I think I did. Yes, I did. All right. So, but I'm going to use this stuff. Where is it? Corky Americano, which is very close to the same things, just made by different people. So it's going to be tequila, Corky Americano, Benedictine, brandy, and some bitters. Okay. So we're going to get the tequila. This one's almost empty, but we've got another bottle. Yeah. Brandy is here. Where's the Benedictine, which I think is hiding around the back here? Alrighty. So all of those things. Let me double check the menu, the recipe, I should say. Okay, so this is a stirred cocktail, no juices in it. Okay. Get my stirring cup and put some ice in it. Ice, baby. I could even chill a glass while we're. You want a sophisticated glass for your drink? You want to feel sophisticated?
I'm not sophisticated.
Well, we've got to. Okay, glassware makes a difference. I'll use this one. Yeah.
You're not going to put it in a plastic sippy cup for me?
No, I'm not going to put it in a plastic sippy cup. Okay, so I need some ice for the stirring cup because we're going to stir this down. As the saying goes, ice cubes are empty. Okay. So. What's it doing to me? Stop it. Okay, 1.5, 3/4. No, it drops like that. Okay. So 3 ounces and then 1.5. And 1 and then half. It's a mathematical progression going in there. So, all right. Tequila with its little party hat. All right. Got to not pour it in my fruit juice. Okay. Tequila. Still a little bit of tequila left. So I looked at it a heap of times. So, yep, okay. It is what it is. 1.5 of this. If you had lemonade or something, you could turn it into a highball.
Do you have lemonade?
Could make some lemonade with the Soda Stream. What, 30 seconds of effort's too much. Okay. Wait, what order do I do the Benedictine and the brandy in? Okay. 1 ounce of the Benedictine. Peter, have I checked out How to Drink? Yes, How to Drink is a very good channel. I'm watching a bunch of cocktail channels on YouTube. How to Drink's a good one. Well, I almost poured that in my fruit juice. I knew I'd do that. Educated Barfly is a good one. There's a really good Australian one, Steve the Bartender. And there's a few others as well. So, you know, a couple smaller ones like me sort of starting out. All right. And we want the Peychaud's bitters in there. Sorry, Frankie, you were talking about an ant. An ant gets... We should hire the ant that bit Hazy's ballsack to travel to Trump's ass. Well, and bite him there. That would be an interesting thing for the world to watch Trump rot from the inside with a flesh-eating bacteria. That's a pretty solid idea. Invisible Chicken having chockberry trifle tea. That sounds very good. All right, where's my Charlotte's bitters? I think it said to put a lot of bitters in. Did it? 5 dashes. That's a lot. All right. So it's going to go from, the bitters are red. So it's going to go from yellow to a bit orange, I suppose. And we got to stir that. Oh yeah, it's a very nice colour. Just want to chill it, dilute it a bit with the ice. In fact, I'll probably put one of the things of ice in your glass. I'm going to have this glass.
Just because we have glass in it.
Yes, I do. Yes. The glassware makes me better. Ah, Luke, you got your food delivered. That's always a good feeling. Oh, yeah, Gecko Buzz. I am really worried about America and what is going to happen with things opening up. I fear June, by the end of June, things are going to be very bad. Block of ice, because that's cool. Get my little strainer. Now, you might want to make some lemonade. I don't know. This is a bit adventurous. Let me taste it first. Oh, that's good.
Comes some kind of pansy.
There you go. Try that.
It's a sippy drink.
It is a sippy drink. You maybe want another drink with it. It's nice. It's the first time I've made it. It's good. All right. It's going to come back for seconds. So, yeah, this is a Nouveau Carré. It's very good. Oh, now the smokiness of the tequila is coming through. Oh, that's really quite good. I think the Peychaud's bitters are doing a good job in there too. Nobody, you had your own dinner, steak over a raging fire on barbecue. Nice. I made a dish with these pork belly strips I got from Costco, marinated them and pan-fried them, and they were good. Swapping food tips. What are we all doing food-wise? This one's actually really good. If you like the smokiness of tequila, this maintains the smokiness. Oh, it's actually really good. I mean, it's slightly bitter. You have to like bitter drinks to get into this. Gecko, you got to go, man. Okay. Had you ever clear for the night? Okay, take care. Nobody frequently cook over wood fire. Nice. I haven't done that in ages, actually. I miss it, really. But yes. Yes, Stella, Gladys wants the state borders open, and everyone's going, you've got the most disease. We don't want your disease. Yeah, June will be interesting in Australia as well. This is where we find out how much community cases there are that we haven't found yet. Annette, sorry, good evening. Sorry if I said good evening to you. You need to come in. Peter had pizza. Nice. Oh, you've only ordered delivery. See, I almost never get delivery. I must always go and get it myself because the delivery services, besides treating the drivers badly, are fucking over the places that make the food as well. So the majority of the delivery services are really fucked and you shouldn't support them. Although I did I read a really funny story. There was a pizza place. This is in America, and they didn't use these delivery services. What these delivery services just are losing millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's not a viable business. They're playing a shell game, trying to trick gullible investors with smoke and mirrors into investing in their thing that just is not economically viable. And a pizza place realized they did not sign up for this service, right? But what this service does is they just put a thing on a web page that says, we'll deliver Jim Bob's pizzas to you, even though Jim Bob's hasn't agreed to that, and it's not built into their price. Like if they say, the family size pizza is $12, the delivery service is not getting a cut of that because Jimbo's Pizzas hasn't made a deal with them. What they do as a loss leader, they actually cover some of the cost of the pizza. So, Jimbo's Pizzas is selling this pizza for $12. This delivery service advertises you can get it delivered for $8 to $10. And so, a customer at home orders it and pays $8, but for this delivery service to pick it up, they have to pay $12 for the pizza. And this outlet worked out that this fucking shifty delivery service was doing that. They were basically taking a 25% loss on every pizza. So they decided to fuck with them, and they just started ordering pizzas themselves. This delivery service would pay them every time they order, and they were doing it hundreds of times. They weren't even making the pizzas, because it's like, oh, we're delivering this to our friend's place. They weren't even making the pizzas. They were just placing the orders, giving a delivery person like a pizza crust in a box, and charging the price. So the shifty delivery service was paying them every time for nothing. And how the scam works is the delivery service tries to get people placing lots and lots of orders at Jimbo's Pizzas, and then they go, see, Jimbo, we did 100 orders last night at your thing. You should sign up to be an official partner. And they go, nah. And this went on for a while, and apparently this pizza place basically just milked thousands and thousands of dollars from this shifty fucking delivery thing because it was just a scam. Yeah. Frankie, if a ram fucks a llama, how can you tell the baby's male? Because it's got a ram-a-llama ding-dong. Zip. Still, it's not. It may as well be money laundering. The way these and this is Uber. This is the delivery things. This is all the gig economy stuff is shit. It's shit and scammy and unsustainable and fucks over everyone apart from the tiny number of people in this company who get a payoff if they sucker an investor in. Seriously, you should avoid those things like the plague. They are terrible and fuck over everyone involved. They're just awful. But yeah, you go through the proper chain, not Uber Eats. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Even I'd feel bad for delivery drivers too. Even if the chain or the store is doing a proper thing with delivery drivers, I'd still feel bad for them. But yeah. My offspring, on the other hand, they'll order delivery at the top of that. So he's wrong. This is money laundering. Yeah, well, I thought it was hilarious when I read that this independent pizza place that wouldn't have anything to do with like Uber Eats or these other delivery services because they fuck over the business. But they worked out what the business model for this delivery thing was. And like this company was paying them $5 for every order for nothing. And they apparently, they milked them for thousands of dollars. Because these companies, Uber Eats, all the delivery things, they're a fucking scam. They are a fucking scam. And they're run by awful people. And these guys worked out, these companies just lose money. They won't, it will not occur to them that hundreds of orders for our pizza are being placed through their service and we still have no interest in using their service. That won't register with them that we've worked out what they're doing and we've worked out how to make money from them, because they're fucking scams. Hey, how's it going, buddy? How you doing? Yes, Catherine, ordering direct from the restaurant is much better than using one of the delivery services. Oh yeah, no. Anything that's labeled the gig economy is fucked. There is not a single example that isn't fucked and doesn't fuck over a huge number of people with the simple goal of enriching a tiny number of already privileged pricks. So like fucking Airbnb is shit. Airbnb has destroyed the housing market, has increased homelessness, has driven rents up and property prices up in an unsustainable manner. And now with our lockdown, with all the people who tried to leverage Airbnb to make a thing, and they're all going broke. I said this the other night, they're all going broke, and I'm fucking happy. I want them ruined because and people say, oh, mean. No, these people because I've heard cases of people taking 20, 30 mortgages out on apartments that they then put on Airbnb. Oh, they're an entrepreneur. Yeah, well, there's a fucking risk too. And you can't be into capitalism unless you're prepared for a risk. So yeah. The very nice drink, Annette. It is very nice. I made two. One for young Mr. Hungry, one for me. This is a tequila drink called a Nouveau Carré. And it's tequila. I'll get the measurements right. It's tequila. They say Lillet Blanc. I used another thing called Coca Americano, which is basically the same, very similar, made by someone else. Benedictine, brandy, and Peychaud's bitters. It's the Peychaud's bitters is red, and that's why the drink's red. All the components for it were sort of yellow or orange. So before I added the Peychaud's bitters, it was a yellowy orange drink, and now it's this really nice. It's a really nice drink. Environmental Coffee House. Hello, Sandy. Sandy, isn't it? God, I'm so bad with names. That's a good question, Luke. If someone using an Airbnb trashes it, what responsibility does Airbnb take? I'm going to go with almost none, but yeah. What's it going? They are, yep, they're both at uni. Both the offspring are at uni now. So, hey, look, it's Friday night or Friday morning for some people. I think it's time to party. I think we all want to party on down. Formal Friday. Who wants to join the live stream? Because I think it'd be fun if we get a few people in. Start early because it's Friday night party night. I'm assuming there'd be some takers, maybe. Yep, Peter. Excessive. I'd be okay with property. Negative gearing has to go. Tax breaks for sort of vulture property investing have got to go. And it's not dressed. Well, you don't have to be, unless you actually mean naked. There's the link. Anyone wants to join in. It's like, yeah, you don't have to be formally dressed. That's okay. Oh, yeah, Frankie, you found the story. Yeah. If you Google a story about a pizza thing, it's a neat story. Just this restaurant working out what the scam was with the delivery service. So fucking them over and just exploiting their little scam. So the restaurant made money, which was nice. So gotta love that. Well, I love it anyway. No. I'm also going to make some milk. I'm going to set up my camera. I'm going to do video. I'm going to set up my camera and make a couple of milk punches. One with dairy milk and one with coconut milk. Because I'm trying to experiment with what works and what doesn't do. Oh, Catherine, I'm going to be here for ages. Yeah, if you're still taken up with rendering video, I understand completely. No pressure. Hella lag. I think there is a really big lag between when I post something and when you'll hear or see it. Like, I think it's like 30 seconds or something. I think it's really bad. But hey, we'll soldier on. It's going, Bernie. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? Hang on.
Good, man. Good to see you.
Mute the other stream. There we go. Holy crap!
Right. You're a bit flared out there, buddy. Yeah, that's okay. That's the paranormal
there we
episode. Go. Oh, there you go. There you go. Looking splendid. There we go. Oh, Peter's also, Peter's downloading something. Needs his download to finish before he can join. That'll make sense. Robot Man Greg, hello to you. What have you been up to, mate? Ashley, what have you been up to?
Oh, not much, mate. Working.
Yeah.
I'll have to jump off in about 20 minutes or so because I've got to work tonight. But
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Jump in.
Yeah.
Frankie the Skin's being a bit literal. He's picturing a gun bunny as a bunny hopping across the fields holding a rifle. So
okay. So Gun Bunny is a nickname for people that are in artillery.
I thought it was going to be an army thing. Yeah.
But so it's kind of derived from the rank of a private in artillery, which is gun number. Yeah. So Gun Bunny.
Yeah.
And because I was in the Australian Artillery, Aussie Gun Bunny.
Yep.
And it just
You know what that made me think of? Did you see the movie that came out last year, Danger Close, the Battle of Long Tan? Yes. Because that artillery was, did you identify? Because artillery was a really big part of that.
Yes. Actually, funnily enough, a couple, well, not the guys I served with, obviously, but a couple of guys that were part of my unit were in the Battle of Long Tan. And when they did the release here in Townsville, they all got together and went and watched it. And it was pretty bloody intense, apparently.
It was intense because, I knew the story of Long Tan before the movie. There was a pretty good doco a few years ago, interviewed a lot of the guys who were there, including Little Patty. They interviewed, which was nice because for those who don't know, it was in Vietnam. There's a Australian base, and I think it was Cole Joy and Little Patty were doing the entertainment. They'd flown in, and it was supposed to be relatively safe, but a slightly wayward battalion of North Vietnamese were in the area, and they sent a squad out to go, hey, go see if you can find something. And so you end up with a couple dozen of the Australians, and I think there was New Zealanders as well, so it was like an Anzac force. And a couple dozen of them dealing with at least hundreds of North Vietnamese army. And this was not the Viet Cong. This was not the guerrilla fighters. This was the army. This was the train. And it was like intense as hell. And the name of the movie, Danger Close, is when one group was about to be overrun and they radioed in and there's basically dropped the shells on our position. And they went, we can't really do that. And they said, you got two choices, do it or we're dead. And they were like,
just to clarify with the name of the movie as well, Danger Close is actually a name of a particular style of fire mission where we will basically try to make it so that when the shell lands on the ground, when it explodes, the shrapnel will basically land within a meter of friendly troops. Hence the reason why it's called Danger Close.
Yes. And I think basically they only trusted the Anzacs to do that. I know, although American artillery was pretty effective, the Vietnamese were very cautious of American artillery. I don't think Australian troops would have trusted Americans to drop shells that close.
No.
What I love is the math of it. And I thought they did that quite well because the fire team back at the they're a long way away because they're these big fuck-off cannons and they're firing. And I love the maths of it. They're getting a grid reference and they're going, that's this declination, this, that, like it. And the guy running the guns, I thought the actor doing it, he seemed to be a Maori actor, was really good at just communicating this shit is tense as hell. Like we're nowhere near the action as such, but I need to understand these directions precisely because I'm dropping high explosives out there.
Yeah, I spent most of my time on the gun line, so I was more so one of the guys firing the guns. But obviously, during my time in the army, I got to see the officers and that and how they went about computing all of that sort of stuff, and it's all just and some of the smallest things like, okay, how humid is it today? Because that's going to have an effect on how well the round travels through the air.
Yeah,
and all of the calculations in that are already. The closest thing I can think of is like the sliding computer rulers.
Yes,
you might remember them.
With maths, yeah.
It's all of that sort of stuff. It's not so much like that anymore. More because it takes too long. The officers are still trained to do it. But nowadays, what they basically do, they've got a computer where they basically log all the data into it, and sometimes it's automatically logged into it, and it just spits out, okay, this is where you need to set this gun's bearings to, and what charge to set.
Yeah.
It's pretty
pretty intense stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And they were telling me that those fire missions, they were firing so many rounds during that battle that they couldn't see. They couldn't, like, you'd hold your hand up like this and you couldn't see through the smoke because it was so thick through the air.
Yeah. No, there was a pretty intense little story though. I think the two most intense Vietnam War films I've seen, again, both apparently pretty accurate with circumstances. One's Danger Close, and the other one is the Mel Gibson film We Were Soldiers, which Colonel Howell Moore, and it's the first major engagement of American forces with the North Vietnamese. And again, it wasn't supposed to happen, but they were dropped where they were massively outnumbered. They had no intel that the entire hill was a network of caves that was full of North Vietnamese army, but it was. And again, so they were massively outnumbered. And one thing both films have in common, at a particular point, both call in really, really close artillery strikes, or in We Were Soldiers, it's airstrikes as well. And
Broken Arrow, I'm pretty sure.
Broken Arrow. Like, we've been overrun. You have to drop it on where I told you our position was. I think We Were Soldiers is good because the advantage the North Vietnamese have is massive numbers, and the advantage the Americans have is firepower. And they both have really aggressive commanding officers who were trying to out chess each other the whole time.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. And
yeah, sorry, go.
I was just going to say that the American style of combat at that stage was very much a case of just spray as many bullets as you can towards where you think they're coming from.
Yeah, yeah. And the Battle of Long Tan was a much smaller number of Australians. And they also didn't have, like, Hal Moore was a colonel. And I think the highest ranking officer at Long Tan was a captain. And I think he got off.
I thought he was a major.
Yeah, that's actually probably right. Yeah. But because they got split into a couple of groups because of the intensity of what was happening. And I remember in the doco where they were interviewing some of the soldiers. So I think he was either a corporal or a sergeant. He was a non-commissioned officer, and their like lieutenant got shot. And there's like shit going everywhere, and they're yelling at one another. And he's going, "Well, who's in charge?" And someone went, "You are." And he just went, "Oh well, we're fucked now."
Yep, and that does happen, unfortunately, during firefights sometimes, where you'll get well, by the time you're a sergeant, you're not a junior NCO anymore. You're a senior NCO. Yeah. They will be in charge of 20, 30 men and doing the job of an officer. But usually those men are also obviously much more experienced than the officers anyway. And the officers are doing more of the learning off them than the other way around. So
that was an interesting thing I thought they did in the Mel Gibson one, We Were Soldiers, because, again, the American military is notorious for dickhead officers, particularly junior officers, like people who've just gone like through West Point or something, and they're a lieutenant or a captain, and they're out with actual troops for the first time, and they do dumb shit to get themselves or someone else killed. And they had an officer like that, who was just thick as fucking shit and wanted to be a hero, and so just did something really stupid and got himself and half his squad killed. But it was they did a good balance, because then they had Josh Hartnett played the really noble young officer who actually got killed rescuing one of his enlisted men. So they had both. They had one complete dickhead who just wanted to be a hero, and another one who actually died rescuing one of his men. But I always think in American movies, the dickhead officer trope is funny. I always get a laugh out of that.
Yeah. It was always the joke that if you wanted to take a break while you're on a patrol, you just get the officer to look where you are on the map, and you'll be sitting there for a good 15 minutes waiting for them to figure out where the hell you are. Meanwhile, everyone else in the platoon knows exactly where they are.
But it was just so you could sit down for 15 minutes. Oh, that's brilliant. I love it. They even carried that into Aliens, the Space Marines. Like the lieutenant on that had, never done anything active. Like all the Marines were combat experienced troops, and the lieutenant, had just come out of military school, but he was in charge, and they're all like, "Oh fuck,
here we go." Yeah.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Yeah. Actually, there's one scene in he's the characters throughout the whole movie, but in Saving Private Ryan.
Yes.
Where they get the young, not ordnance. What would he be? He would be I don't know what the Americans call it, but they're admin corps officer.
Oh yeah. The guy who's basically the admin, and he gets gets dragged along. Yeah.
Because there has been situations where that has happened, where it's like, "Oh, mate, you need to grab your rifle and come with us, mate. I'm just a cook. I've shot a rifle since basic training, sort of thing." and yeah, they've had to go and be a soldier.
Yep, it happens. Hey, Pete's joining us. Hey, buddy.
But yeah,
How's it
Oh,
going?
wait, do this. We can see
There you
each
go.
other. If I do
There
that.
we go.
There we go. What have you been up to today, mate?
Oh, not a whole lot. I did go for a walk down to the shops because I just needed to pick up a few things. It's actually cold enough here to put on a jacket in Queensland, so that's
Oh,
how
geez.
serious
Right.
it gets.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we got down to 15 during the afternoon or so, and
Oh,
everyone's
no.
panicking, of course,
Yeah,
because that means
yeah.
it's the end of the world.
Yeah. Aussie Gun Money, you're up in Townsville, yeah?
yeah,
What was
yeah.
it like for you?
What's that? Sorry.
What was the temperature like for you today?
Oh, I don't know. I slept for.
You slept all day, that's okay. You got night shift, that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's like 16 degrees at the moment.
Okay. It's about 10 here, but yeah.
Yeah, rub it in.
I have some friends who live in Melbourne, and we occasionally send messages back and forth where it's like, "Oh, our bottom is your top in Melbourne."
That's
And so
basically it. Yeah.
we're perpetually, I'm angry at them during summer, and they're angry at me during winter.
Yeah. That's it.
It's
Yeah.
it's apparently 18 degrees at the moment, and
Oh,
the lowest
Jesus.
it's going to get to just before sunrise will be 14 degrees.
Oh, God. Our
So-
tops all week are like 15, and the minimums are all under 10. It varies a bit overnight, but yeah, we're not getting above 15 all week, so a bit rough.
I miss Melbourne. I spent a bit of time down there. Actually,
Yeah.
when I first joined the army, I actually joined as a cook, and
Okay.
I spent 12 months down at HMAS Cerberus,
Yep.
and then I basically I failed my chef's course. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Basically because I spent too much time drinking and partying, and
Ah.
I was young and stupid, and
What are you
Yeah,
going to
I
do?
have
Anyway.
friends who work
Yeah.
in hospitality, and that's not uncommon for chefs to do. So
That is chef behavior, yes. Yeah.
but yeah, they told me that I could either join artillery or join infantry, and I went, well, fuck joining infantry. I'm not keen to get shot at.
Yeah.
And of course, this was just after September 11 happened as well.
Oh,
So,
yeah, which would have been a
yeah.
bit intense time to join the infantry, yeah.
So I was like, yeah, nah, that's not going to happen. But,
That's fair.
yeah.
Yeah, I've never. I was never in the army. I did because I do IT contract. Oh, Nettie's going to join us. Hang on a sec. I'll just. Hey, Net.
Hey,
no, there.
Yeah, I've never served in the army, but being an IT contractor.
I go turn off the thingo.
Okay. Oh, yeah. There you go. It's
There we
like
are.
you're saying hello to yourself.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, I'm never in the army, but as an IT contractor, I have worked for defense, and I found that really interesting because it's this sort of real no bullshit atmosphere, which, you know, is a refreshing change from a lot of job environments.
yes.
You identify with this, mate. The thing I was working on was had been declared in some audit that there were problems with materiel and getting stuff to people, and they wanted us to look at they wanted some complete outsiders to come in, look at the problem, like look at the supply chain, look at where things were falling down, and recommend changes. And it was very interesting, and it kind of felt like you were doing something real. The funniest thing was what are the guys called who were in charges of the stores? There's something sergeant, supply sergeant.
Q-store sergeant.
Yeah.
Quartermaster, yeah.
Had to talk to a bunch of them about what was happening, and they were just hilarious. When I said, like, we need to know what's wrong, and they cross the table and they
Dig down
you're
my
not gonna
pants.
like what I say to you. And I'm like, dude, I've got nothing invested in this. Just go to town. just go to town and say everything that gives you the shits. And they loved hearing that, because then they told me everything that gave me the shits. It was really funny. But again, kind of felt like you were doing something real, because you're finding out, oh, there's a problem getting this, there's a problem getting this, there's a problem. And as a complete outsider, that I kind of didn't know who'd be upset by what recommendation I made. So it's just like, oh, I'm just going to say it. Well, you know, they've highlighted this, they've highlighted this, you do this, that, and that. And yeah, it was a short engagement, but I really quite enjoyed it, actually. And in fact, weirdly, you know what happened
That's good in front of the fire.
when I was there was when,
Good dog.
Obama made the press conference that they killed
the
Bin Laden, and I was
Put it in front of
actually
Yeah, now put the dog in.
that's on St Kilda Road. I forget what it's called, but there's a barracks on St Kilda. I think it's Victoria Barracks on St Kilda Road. But anyway, there's an army barracks there, and I was actually there. And you're in this sort of stuff area, and there's a TV with 24-hour news, and they were running the press conference where, you know, Obama saying they'd killed Bin Laden, and they're just these guys in uniform who'd been in Afghanistan, as I found out, and they were just with arms folded and just the hugest smiles on their faces, just like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that. It was really funny to be there and see these guys who'd actually served in Afghanistan just going, yeah, this is good news. I like this.
Yeah, I still remember when I saw it on the news. I got up and I was like, yeah,
dickhead, yeah. I always felt like, okay, he's a nasty extremist and whatnot. It was just like, dude, you're like doing this to the people who gave you the money and the guns to run Russia out of Afghanistan. That's just rude, okay?
Yeah,
you're just being rude, okay? I mean, I get religious extremism and terrorism, but do you have to be rude? That's just very rude.
I think the thing that always sort of blows my mind about that whole event, though, was that the United States were completely willing to risk potential backlash from Pakistan for that incursion to kill Bin Laden. And I obviously not a big fan of him, but it doesn't sit right that they just went in extrajudicial murder, you know, didn't even bother giving him a trial. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what were you going to say, Lee? No?
I was just going to say that the risk versus reward there was pretty well balanced on the side of, God damn, this is a big risk, considering the fact that they're effectively invading a country that has nuclear weapons. It wasn't glad that it turned out the way it did, but it was a bloody big risk.
Yeah, huge.
And I'm sure that the spooks in that gave them the intel that said now's the time to do this. I'm sure that they had, you know, they were 100% certain that he was there. But even still, with all that information, once he touched boot to ground, anything can happen. You know, there could have been a bloody patrol of troops nearby that saw them come in. Anything.
Yeah, well, because there was a military academy just down the road, basically. A really significant Pakistan military academy. I honestly felt like it was like when they got the intel, like, oh, he's here on the map, and go, what's that just there next to them on the map? Oh, that's like the main Pakistan military academy. Right, they're in the same suburb. And do you think they know? I think they know. And I always got the vibe that, like, it was really like, as again, an incursion into another country. And yeah, it was basically an extrajudicial execution. But I feel like there was a bit of vibe towards Pakistan, like, don't fuck with us. You knew. He was down the road from you. You fucking knew. So, yes, what we're doing is, let's say, illegal, but you're just going to shut the fuck up and let us do it because we're really pissed off at you. Now we've worked this out.
I really like the situation, what happened with Saddam Hussein. I like comparing how they found them in the end. I much prefer the the shithole that they pulled him out of than the multi-story building that they found Osama in.
Yeah, and that's kind of how Gaddafi ended too. He was on the run and fucking hiding in sewer pipes and whatnot. And he was a messed up dude when they caught up with him. Although it was actually
no, he'd been messed up for decades.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what they found in his personal library?
Do tell.
The kind of stuff that 90s and noughties goth boys dream of. You know, this range of high magic, how to call a demon stuff. I got a few of the books myself.
He was a bit loopy.
Sorry?
Let's just say Gaddafi was a bit loopy. Yeah.
Gaddafi, yeah. Whee! He was like the way he was behaving, the speeches he was giving. I was like, he's after a Mussolini ending. That's what he wanted. For sure.
God, speaking of which, Mussolini, do you ever see the thing where his granddaughter gets really upset if anyone criticizes him? Like Jim Carrey did a painting of Mussolini hanging upside down, and she's like, "I'm going to sue Jim Carrey for defamation." And it's like, yeah, that was Mussolini though. And she's part of the far right in Italy now. But it's just like,
dude.
She's just as bad as
It's amazing how much of it still lingers in terms of fascism in Europe, though, because I mean Berlusconi as well had connections to a fascist party at one point. It's like Europe likes to think of itself as very cultured, and it's gotten past that. But in terms of like nascent far right, actual fascists, it's still a very scary situation.
Yeah, fascism.
I have a friend in Denmark who said that behind closed doors, people are like, "Nah, Hitler wasn't that bad."
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
It would drive him nuts, I should say.
Yeah. You get into Poland and stuff. The far right in Poland and a lot of the former Soviet bloc countries. There's some fucking scary neo-Nazis in Central and Eastern Europe, and all the way through to Russia. There are some really scary neo-Nazis in that part of the world.
I'm really into extreme metal, and it's just I always flip a coin whether there are bands from Poland, and most of the time they'll end up being associated with far right fuckwits in some regard or another. And it's very reactionary, very.
Well, sorry.
Sorry. I was just going to say that. Has anybody else read Frankie the Skin's comment?
Oh yeah, no. Frankie did make an animation of Bin Laden fucking Gaddafi. In the background, Saddam and Hitler were jerking off with big grins on their faces. Yeah, he did that. He actually did that. Oh, and hi, Kirsten. How are you? Look, we're getting super Brady Bunch now. I'm loving it.
Hey, how are you?
Talk amongst yourselves. I've got to grab my tripod. I'll be back in a sec.
I'm drinking.
Well, what have you got
What are you
there?
drinking?
I have a Negroni made with Death Gin, Ambrulio, and Maiden Eye. So all Australian Negroni.
That sounds very witchy, actually.
I may be slightly jealous.
Mine's just sparkling wine.
This is the coffee
and
version.
Yes, no, unfortunately, I
sparkling
cannot have
wine
a
and
bit tonight.
elderflower liqueur.
I love elderflower liqueur.
I am drinking
love
some
the smell
scotch
of it.
I found somewhere in a cupboard. That's what I'm drinking.
And everyone's getting drunk except for poor Ashley. Yes, no, I unfortunately have to work in about 10 minutes, so I'll be logging off in a minute.
Damn.
Okay, the rest of us will keep going, mate.
Yeah. We'll drink for you as well.
Have one for me.
I'm planning on a hot toddy
Make a double.
later.
My husband was like, "Why is that so big?" I was like, "Oh, I'm going to join a live stream and I need extra drinkies."
Lubricate the gears, as they
That's
say.
it.
That sounds like a plan. Yeah. All right. Now I'm going to be making a milk punch while the conversation continues. So
I was going to ask you if you'd already made your cocktail. I had to, do adult things like wash the dishes. So I'd
yeah,
missed it.
I got that out of the way. I admit I have actually had one cocktail. Did a tequila-based one. Made a twofer. Gave one for my son. He likes tequila drinks. So a Nouveau Carré, which is tequila, Coca Americano, Benedictine, brandy, and Peychaud's bitters, and it was good.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm going to make some milk punches, and I'm doing an experiment. One's going to be with coconut milk, and one's going to be with dairy milk, and I'm going to see if there's a difference. Because and also, this is weird. People must be searching on it because I'm just starting up a cocktail channel on YouTube, and I just get a few views. But about half the videos, well, not necessarily half, but a few videos I've made have been about milk punches, and they get way more views than the other ones. So I'm going like, ugh, everyone's searching milk punch recipes, so I'm just going to make another milk punch video. So, right. So
I already subscribed to Angry Cocktails.
Thank you. Thank you.
So do I.
Yes.
I watched the Shut the Fuck Up cocktail the other day, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like the everything cocktail, all my overproof spirits in one cocktail. So
my liver hurt just watching the process.
Oh, yeah. that is not something you want two of, put it that way.
I'm going to have to get going, guys.
All right. Thanks for stopping in, man. I hope night shift goes well.
Yeah, so do I. Hopefully it's not too crazy busy tonight. Have a good one.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
See you,
Good night.
Catcha.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay, it's actually gone. All right. So I've just got to get my ingredients ready. What is this one? Cognac and rum. All right, I'm going to use my overproof rum on this one, just for a laugh. Just for a laugh. Oh, should I do? So I've got overproof rum and I've got Captain Morgan spiced rum. And this actually says to use plantation pineapple, and I don't have plantation pineapple. I've got.
Oh, that's such a good rum too.
Yeah. Well, I've got plantation overproof, but I can put some pineapple juice or something in to get a bit of flavor. In fact, I did that. I actually went heavy. Last time I made this, I went heavy on some pineapple coconut juice, and I think that worked really well, even though it's not strictly speaking in the recipe. So yeah, this is simple. It's just cognac, rum, and milk. And I just went, because I didn't have the pineapple rum, I'm just going, okay, it's going to be cognac and pineapple and coconut juice. And it worked really well. So I've got to get some stuff. Okay, these need to go back. I don't need them anymore.
It shows you how uncultured I am. When you said plantation pineapple, I wasn't thinking about rum. I was just thinking, why does it specifically have to be a pineapple from a plantation?
No, it's most definitely a particular type of rum.
Yeah.
It made a lot more sense after that.
I literally almost bought a plantation rum set at the bottle shop this afternoon.
Ooh.
My husband and I went to get our favorite Thai, and it's quite close to a good vintage cellars. Popped in and came out with bags heavy with more booze, which you don't need, but
needs a very strong word, you know.
I finally got myself an Oka Amaro.
I might get one.
I got the Oka Red.
Yep.
Over there.
I might get one of them when I use up my other Amaros, but yes.
And we also got the Poor Tom's Ambrulio. They were selling it for like $10 for a 200ml mini.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a couple of those.
That sounds fair. Oh, Annette, Frankie's asking, is that a fake fire or a real fire that you have there?
It's
Well,
fake.
It's fake.
It's really fake. But it's great ambiance, isn't it?
It is. It's
So-
fantastic. It's fantastic.
I'll actually, it's my birthday present to myself.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm usually pretty generous in birthday presents to myself too. So it's a good
Well,
way
it's
to
kind
be.
of,
I ended
yeah,
up
my
with
mum
200
as well.
bottles of booze.
Yes, that's what my birthday present to myself was. Like a trip to the Bitters Lab and going, oh, I'm going to get that, and I'm going to get that, and I'm going to get that. It's a little bit like that.
I think this guitar is actually a late birthday present for myself that I
Oh,
I got it.
excellent.
Yeah, Gaitone LG65T. It's a Japanese brand that were made a lot during the 60s and 70s. It's one of their cheaper versions, but I was like, yeah, a few months after my birthday, I haven't bought anything. Fuck it.
Yeah, totally legit. I like that. That's really good.
Yeah. You got to
Oh.
really spoil yourself once a year.
Yeah, that's
Something really
fair.
good.
Yeah, or
Limit it to just once a year,
once a month. It's just like whatever.
once a week, once
Yeah.
a day,
Whatever feels right. Whatever
whatever
feels
feels right.
right. Right.
Can't
now,
get manicures, can't get hair done. So
That's
it's
it.
going to have to be booze.
I got a haircut. In fact, I think the guy who did it broke the rules because I got him to trim my beard as well. I didn't think they were allowed to like touch your face, and I said, "Are you allowed to like do a beard trim?" And he just went, "Yeah." Okay. I kind of think you're not, but I want my beard trimmed, so go for it.
The old barbers down the road here has closed up and disappeared. They were there for a long time. I feel bad for them.
I feel bad for a lot of people in a lot of
Yeah.
business. Yeah, it's pretty rough. What else do I know?
It's weird the businesses that have stayed though. Like there's a nail salon that hasn't budged and it hasn't been open the whole time,
Yeah.
but it's still there.
Some sort of
Oh, that's my dog. Sorry, I'll just mute. Idiot. Shush.
That's okay. Just speaking up and making their presence known. What do I have to? Oh, I'm trying to think of what was the other recipe. It was a pluma punch. See what comes up. Drinking. No.
How long have you played the guitar for, Pete?
Guitar.
Want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I probably started about 3 years after I started playing bass. So I would have been around about 21, 20-ish, I'd say. So I'm 31 now, so about 10, 11 years. But my playing doesn't reflect that at all.
It's more of a passion than a talent.
Oh, it's I'm not a virtuoso, but I don't think that's really a barrier to making good music.
That's it.
The Ramones had 3 chords; they made great music.
Yeah. Good call.
Exactly.
Good call.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, I forgot. I meant to make a cup of tea for this. Okay.
I listen to a lot of punk music. Passion over talent, always.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see the Punk 4-part series that was on SBS On Demand?
I haven't, but I will.
Yeah, oh, it's amazing. Yeah, the first episode is sort of like proto-punk, pre-punk with like the Stooges and Iggy Pop and the New York Dolls and things like that, and the Ramones. Second episode is pretty much all about the UK. So it was the Clash, the Sex Pistols, the Damned, things like that. Third episode was all about 80s US hardcore with Black Flag and Bad Brains and things like that. And the last one's kind of a mix between grunge, Riot Girl, and the Vans Warped Tour and the bands associated with that, like Green Day and Anti-Flag, Pennywise and things like that.
Amazing. I'm definitely going to have to watch that.
Sounds good.
Those
Yeah,
are
so-
all bands that I love. So,
Yeah.
I don't really watch a lot of TV, despite the fact that the TV behind me is the size of a fucking house.
Yeah.
So a week into ISO, our TV cacked it, like
Oh no.
completely cactus. And my beloved husband said, we need to order a new TV. 65 inches should fit.
Ooh.
Arrived and we were like,
Big TV, yes.
that is a big TV.
Yeah. Loving it. Just going to town. That's the way to go.
Well, it's like being at the movies every day now. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly getting used to watch replays of old football games and wrestling.
I love it.
So I was looking at I was watching the wrestling with my husband, and I was like, "Is there like the very short shorts are like a foot long?"
What wrestling was he watching? Was it WWE or AEW or?
Oh, look, it's all the same to me.
No, that's fair enough.
So our housemate, who we lived with for like 7 years, he was a massive wrestling fan. So I've seen a lot of wrestling in my time, just because it was on in the house. And yeah, they've been watching, because wrestling's the only thing that's still going live.
Controversially so.
Very controversial. Yes, it's all fake. Very aware of that.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of WWE has been facing a lot of major criticism because essentially they don't have to go live. They could tape if they wanted to. There's no real danger for them to do that, but they're going live each week anyway, which means that a lot of wrestlers who come from out of state can't go home without risking their families because they can't be in quarantine. And they're also only doing temperature checks. Last time I checked as well, they haven't actually done the proper tests for people working there. And it's, you can't socially distance in a wrestling match. you literally have to have someone else. You
really can't.
Yeah, it's been very controversial and political as well because
but
Florida declared,
America, right?
Yeah, well, Florida declared.
The leader is.
Oh yes, yeah, and he and Vince McMahon are friends as well. But in Florida, they had it declared as an essential service. If you have a national wrestling show, you can tape in Florida. But coincidentally, a super PAC that gives a lot of money to Florida is funded by Linda McMahon. Just coincidentally, it's just
very coincidental. Crazy. Absolute madness.
I'm sure it didn't play anything into the decision that wrestling could go live in Florida. Nothing at all.
No, not at all. Yeah, look, it's not my thing. All sport is not my thing. I am strictly a Disney and comedy girl. But yeah, I've been around it for a couple of years and I've learned to tolerate.
It's
Vegas said WWE don't give a crap about their wrestlers, and I would say that is correct.
Yes. Oh, 100%. And it goes to like things as their wrestlers are independent contractors, even though they can't freelance. They have no real input into what they do. That's all dictated. But conveniently, it means that they don't have to pay their travel and they don't have to give them healthcare, even though they're literally risking their bodies and their lives in the ring. It's like, yes, it's a work. Yes, it's predetermined. But like, it's physical and you can get really seriously hurt doing it. And
we were watching the documentary on The Undertaker, and that poor man, like, he is fucked. Like,
he should have retired years ago. Yeah,
but there's a really good reason why he hasn't. It's probably because he can't afford to, or like there's some sort of sad backstory as to why he can't. But and you know, he's super popular, so they'll
And
'Cause
they
he-
will throw a lot of money at him to do shows as well. And it's just like, it's very hard for people to turn down millions of dollars to go and do one show.
Mate,
Did anybody ever watch the movie The Wrestler with
Mickey
his
Rourke.
Mickey Rourke?
Right.
So as a person who's had wrestling around me in like for many years, that was so incredibly sad. Like it was such a sad movie and so true because you could just tell that was
Yeah.
someone's real experience.
That's a rum.
Yeah, it's. I've been watching Dark Side of the Ring recently, which is a show that Vice have been doing, and it delves into the sort of darker side of professional wrestling. And this last season was just a gut punch. It covered Chris Benoit, who killed himself and members of his own family. It covered Owen Hart was the most recent one, who he was part of a sort of a rigging where he'd come from the ceiling down to the ring and it broke and he died on impact basically.
Oh,
And yeah, there was a whole sort of investigation about that. There was Jimmy Snuka, who murdered his girlfriend in a hotel room and was covered up and not really talked about very much. And, but wrestling definitely has a very real dark side to it in terms of just like a lot of wrestlers end up as addicts because of the pain that they go through.
Yeah.
And I think The Wrestler was probably based on Jake the Snake Roberts to a certain extent.
That's definitely like of the community's like thoughts of it.
Yeah. I've been a fan of wrestling for quite some time, but I definitely recognize that there's a lot of problems within the industry and a lot of problems with WWE as well. I've basically stopped watching a lot of the WWE stuff and have gone to other promotions and things like that. And there's exciting things around, but I really love it. I love the way that they're able to tell a story in the ring without saying anything. I just think it's a really wonderful medium of entertainment in that regard. And there's a dark side to it.
Where can you watch the documentary The Dark Side of the Ring?
SBS On Demand. It's part of Viceland there. So if you type that into SBS On Demand, which is the greatest streaming service in Australia because it's so much different stuff you can watch and it's all free and taxpayer funded.
I love SBS. Like, I do go through periods of time where I watch almost exclusively that.
Thoroughly
What was the other
recommend.
recommendation that you had so I can write it down and remember it in the morning?
Yeah, that's all right. That's a good question.
Oh, the
What
punk one.
Yes, punk. Punk exclamation mark, I think it is.
Stella was saying she saw a punk doco. It was about the Melbourne punk scene. Where was that? There's a doco about the Melbourne punk scene. Oh, she remembers it because it had her favourite band name of all time, Thrush and the Cunts. So it was a thing. Oh dear.
Oh God, that reminds me of the song I heard on the Dogs in Space soundtrack. An old friend's house a very long time ago. It was probably either by a band by that name or certainly the song had that name. But I won't go into the nitty-gritty of it. It would be a bit much.
Right.
I used to play in a thrash band called Sodomy Squad.
Nice.
Are you drunk enough to go into the nitty-gritty of that?
Probably. There was like I'm still good friends with the people who I was playing in that band with, and there's a lot of things now that we kind of look back on and kind of go, yeah, we were really stupid teenagers just trying to get a shock out of people, and some stuff we definitely wouldn't be proud of or stand by now. But a lot of it was just It was kind of a little bit inspired by a band called Anal Cunt.
Yes.
But we tended to lean a lot more to the gross out side of it, where it was just like we'd have songs like Diarrhea Facial or Vomit Enema or things like that.
Nice.
There's other people who've been around the punk scene for a while with ones who are not grossed out by any of that.
Yeah. But I had a lot of fun saying
it. Then punk. Yeah. I'm glad to say it. Before we go any further, I am off to get another drinky winky.
That sounds fair. I'm making a tropical one for my lad. A lot of rum and pineapple coconut juice in it. It's pretty classy, doesn't it? In a great big tumbler.
Oh, nice. I am a sucker for anything that's got pineapple flavoring in it.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. I think you'll like that.
Even before you milk punch it?
Oh yeah, I'm obsessed with milk punch at the moment, but I think he'll like that. I don't know if he wants to wait till I've actually made a milk punch.
My husband's gotten a bit obsessed with buying whiskey, which he's bought a bunch, and we're like, this is not our whiskey, which is fine. Like, some whiskey is not for everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can I fat wash it and make it better?
Oh yeah. That I still haven't experimented with that. That's definitely my next experiment, though.
I'm going to a farmer's market and I'm going to buy some like real fucking bougie butter.
Yeah.
Really bougie.
I've just figured out how to get the live comments up, and nobody was saying wrestling with social distancing could be interesting. People stand at opposite ends of the ring and try and lasso each other. I know one indie promotion actually did a social distance match where they would essentially, like, they wouldn't make contact, but they'd still like take bumps, but 6 feet apart. It looked pretty ridiculous.
Sounds like fun.
Look, if you're going to do it, you've got to make it really over the top, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Some of my favorite wrestling is inherently silly. There was a guy called I can picture him as clear as day, but he was in Japan and he was amazing. And he had an entire match with a blow-up doll. Where he would be selling for the doll, where he would take pile drivers from the doll and things like that.
No.
And it was a wonderful extension, because they always said a great wrestler can have a fantastic wrestling match with a broomstick, and he said, "Yep, I'll do that."
Yeah,
that's great.
Point. I like that.
So I went to the university that had drama school on campus, and I lived with a lot of the kids from drama school. So Henry and I went to the same uni, just for context, Angry.
Okay,
and I did a very sensible degree, but yeah, you used to get to see the stage combat kids doing all sorts of shit.
That's me. I'm a theatre kid. I did stage combat. That's me. I injured myself 3 times doing stage combat.
I gave up being a theatre kid. I'm still a theatre kid at heart. I gave up being a theatre kid because I wanted to have a real job. So I trained to be a librarian, which is hilarious because I don't work in libraries. I work in booze.
Yeah, but hey, you know.
Infinitely better, but I still use the same skills, so it works.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because I'm a theatre kid, but now I work in IT, in office. But at theatre, I majored in writing as well. So I learned how to write clearly. I learned how to write for an audience. I learned how to communicate. And that all works for me as a business analyst in IT, which is really weird, but it works.
That's it, right? I always say, I'm a librarian who works in a whiskey distillery, telling people who've never opened a book how to do things.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? Indeed. It's fun.
It's all transferable skills. because libraries were some of the first places to take like warehouse or like management systems, so information management systems, like take them up. So all library management systems are 25 years more advanced than a warehouse management system. And so if you show me any warehouse management system, it'll take me about 15 minutes to figure out, because I learnt the basics from a library management system.
Okay.
All completely logical and make all the sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
It's great. People are like, oh, how'd you do that? And it's like, I have a minor in computer science. Programming. I mostly just smiled at people until they did it for me.
Good strategy.
Oh, look, I definitely learned how to influence others to complete my tasks, which is a great skill in management.
I have a friend who works at a library, and he said probably the hardest part of his job was not rolling his eyes at anyone who asked him for Ayn Rand books. And he always had to restrain himself, because he's like, you do realize the irony of asking for Ayn Rand in a public library?
Yes. He'd be opposed to communism like public libraries. God.
Apparently he had someone who it was a pandemic guy in today, which, he has a lot more restraint than I would in that situation.
That's
I worked in a library for a couple of years, and remember we were talking in the last stream about Farmville? I got to level 700 in Farmville because I had that much time.
Oh my God.
And then when they were like, oh, you need to reapply for your job, I was like, see ya. I'm done.
I'm out.
And spent the next sort of like 2 weeks figuring out what I could do. And I was like, I like working with men, and a warehouse is a lot of men. I got a job in working in a warehouse.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Same concept, different clientele.
Yeah. It's amazing what you fall into, and it's just like, 5 years ago I would have told you this had never happened, but it happened and it works. And it's just like,
I've done radiators, cheese, shampoo, laundry powder, and whiskey. It's all the same concept.
It is.
Yeah, from one spot to another.
Yeah, and that's why you're able to succeed in it, because you understand it's the same principle. The product might be different, but the principle's the same.
That's it.
All right, I think I'm almost ready to start this. I'm doing all my prep work. I've got a ridiculous amount of stuff lined up, and I'm free-forming a little bit with part of this recipe. It's a weird thing, like this Paloma milk punch. It's like tequila-based. Tequila's the most of it, but it also says
tequila and grapefruit in a Paloma, right?
Yes. It also says to use what's this? Crème de Pamplemousse Rose, which is a grapefruit liqueur, which surprisingly enough I don't have. In all the things I have, I don't have a grapefruit liqueur. So I'm actually going to substitute in some other fruity liqueurs, but I'm going to put grapefruit juice in.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Grapefruit's still a citrus, right?
Yeah. You need citrus in it, but this has lime juice in it as well, and I still have some fresh lime juice that I've squozened. But I'm gonna put some. I'm getting pretty wild and crazy here. I'm going to use some of the Marionette Mur, which is a blackberry liqueur, and just for a laugh, to do something a little different, and I hope this works, I'm going to put some pimento dram in it as well, which is an allspice liqueur.
Oh yeah.
Just for fun.
Where'd you get that?
Bitters Lab, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'd seen so many recipes that's called for an allspice dram or pimento dram, and they had it. You know, this is the bitter truth. These people actually make bitters and whatnot, and they make a few liqueurs. And I thought, yeah, okay. And this is actually, I mean, I could just drink this on its own. It's a really strong flavor. But what was in there? Tequila. That was in there. Okay, cool. No, it was rum, actually. What am I talking about? But like just by itself, it's like, it's great. They call it allspice because it's a berry, and the sailors who found it, someone in the Caribbean, said it tastes like all spices. It kind of tastes like blackberry, but then it just sits on your taste buds and goes, now I'm something else. Ooh, now I'm something else. Now I'm something. It's great. Hey, Annette, welcome back. You got a hot toddy or something?
Oh, I love that. That's the best.
Oh, skull glass. I love skull mug. I love that. But I'm going to put, because this is a really strong flavor in a nice way, I'm going to put a bit of this in my punch and see what happens. I'm free-forming a bit with the recipe, but what's it? So nobody said, a quote from comedian Stuart Francis. I like to go in a bookstore and ask, I'm looking for a book called How to Deal with Rejection Without Killing. Do you have it? Oh, that's it.
I always like that librarian quote that's like, I read a book once, it was blue. So we used to have like here are all our blue books out on a like pick it up kind of shelf.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Apparently working as either a librarian or a bookseller is a really frustrating pastime because of questions like that.
Yeah.
It's a book. It was blue. It was, you know, it was the thing. They made a movie that had the guy in it, and and what? What are you talking about?
I think Lewis Black referred to that as verbal charades, because whenever he and his elderly friends would be like, get together, hey, did you see the movie I was talking about? The movie with the guy that we know. But you know the guy that we liked the guy and we didn't like the guy and now we like the guy?
It's very much like talking to my best friend. Like sometimes she's like, do you know this actor? And I'm like, not personally.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? Yes.
I'm not one, like she's a bit of a theatre and film nerd. So she knows all these people and she knows their back history and their IMDb like profile. I couldn't care less. Like, did I like it? Did I not? That's my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time. Not personally. No.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about? Obscure actor number 17 from a weird Australian like indie film that I've never heard of.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I always
I didn't realise I was still muted.
I always like playing the game of whenever there's a film or a series with a lot of character actors in it, it's just like, where do I know that person from? I'm sure I know them. I think the most recent one was I saw a film called In Fabric, and I recognized a girl who was playing the main character's son's girlfriend. I was like, who is that? I know her. And it was Gwendolyn Christie from Game of Thrones and I didn't recognize her because she had dark hair instead of like blonde hair.
Mm. There's a podcast that's quite fun called The Rewatchables. It's these guys who are like massive film nerds, and they pick a film that they think is not necessarily hype, but it's like it's really entertaining to rewatch. And so they'll all, just before they do the podcast, they'll all go and rewatch it, and then they spend an hour deconstructing a film and saying what they liked about it. And because they've been doing it for a year or two, and like there's 150 episodes of this podcast or something, and they started to develop their own in-jokes, and they have an awards list for films. And you reminded me because one of them is the That Guy Award. Because they said there's someone in every movie where they come in and you go, hey, it's that guy. And everyone goes, you know, the guy, he's in the other thing. And you can never remember their name, but you like them and you've seen them. And their original one for it was Joe Pantoliano, who's in heaps of stuff. He's in The Matrix. He's in the Bad Boys movies. He's in heaps. He's done heaps of stuff, but he's not a really big name. And I think it was when they were talking about The Matrix, and they're going like, oh, and they actually just went like, this guy, Joe Pantoliano, did you find yourself when you go, hey, that guy's in the movie? He's in lots of stuff. And they just went, we should have a special award for that guy in the movie. And so because his name's Joe Pantoliano, they were calling it the Joey Pants Award for a while. It's like, because every movie's got someone who comes on screen and you go, and it might be a woman, it might be a man, and you go, it's that guy, it's that girl. But it's the podcast.
Oh, where's she from? Where's she from? Yep.
It's really funny because they're massive film nerds, and they just really dive into them, and they look up, you know, they look up folklore of who was considered for the part but didn't take it, and it's just fun listening to these massive film nerds obsess about the stuff. But yeah, if you've never check it out, The Rewatchables is pretty goddamn funny.
I've been watching.
You just reminded me of the Applewood podcast where the girl from Udemy was like, that bitch.
Kirsten and I are always watching this live stream on Facebook, the Applewood Distillery. You'll often hear us refer to Henry as the guys present. He's very funny. They do it on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Spirits. Tonight I was with these bar staff from a very upmarket place called Eau de Vie. And he plays a game where there's this incredibly slightly old YouTube channel called Mahalo Cocktails, where
Mahalo Drinks, where they absolutely butcher cocktails, and the script the woman has is nonsense. It's not her fault. She was given a script and it's nonsense. And Henry also just takes the piss when she says, this means blah, blah, blah. And he goes, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's not what that means. Don't listen to her. And they try. Champagne, which is a kind of wine, which is a type of wine.
Yes. Champagne's a type of wine. And they went, well, she's not wrong. It is. But he foists on special guests, like, you have to make this terrible drink along with her. And had this bar staff from Eau de Vie in there tonight. Eau
de Vie is like a schmancy, like real schmancy.
It's really upmarket bar in Melbourne. And he's saying, I'm going to get to do this. And it wasn't really registering with him. And he played the video, and she goes straight away. She just goes, that bitch. Like, she is sort of darkly famous in bartending circles for these terrible videos.
But here's the thing, right? So the Mahalo Drinks way of making drinks is often an American way of making drinks. So, like, everyone who subscribes to the Savoy Cocktail Book, like, proper way of making drinks, and then there's this, like, gross bar, everything has sweet and sour in it, way of making drinks.
Yeah, like one of my favorite cocktails is a relatively simple whiskey sour. I fucking love a whiskey sour. You just do whiskey, lemon juice, a sweetener like sugar syrup. Some people use sugar. I use sugar syrup, and I use egg white. Not everyone put egg white in it, but
Wonder Foam.
And I was watching, Wonder Foam. I've got to get some Wonder Foam. I was watching one of the American cocktail channels, and they're basically saying, you might not like whiskey sours because you've been drinking shit that you think is a whiskey sour. There you go, Wonder Foam. I need some of that. That makes your drinks foam. Put a couple of drops in. And then he said that what a lot of American uni students particularly think is a whiskey sour is bourbon with this sweet and sour mix, which is this horrible, gross. And it's just like, what? No, that's not a whiskey sour. I'm not surprised a whiskey sour is shit if that's what you had. But you just make it like whiskey, fresh lemon juice, sugar syrup, and an egg white, and it's really simple, and it's such a nice drink. But apparently a lot of Americans, they're always referring to sweet and sour mix, which is this gross lemon.
You can buy sweet and sour mix at Dan Murphy's. So my husband and I were in Dan Murphy's. We were walking along the aisle, and my husband was like, that's it. That's sweet and sour mix. So you can definitely buy the same thing that's on the Mahalo drinks.
Yeah, and they have margarita mix and fucking no.
Americans
No.
do have some very strange ideas when it comes to booze, though. Because have you tried a Budweiser? Do you realize they think that's what beer tastes like?
Yeah. What's the Monty Python joke? American beers like sex in a canoe. Fucking close
to Wadler.
Yeah.
I played that for my kid the other day, actually. The
Monty Python.
Philosopher's Song.
Yes.
I do love the philosophy.
She's so into philosophy. She's so going to go to uni and like rearrange the world with her mind. So yeah.
Honestly, I wish that they taught philosophy in high schools, because the sort of grasp that most Australians have on the subject as a whole is pretty loose to begin with. And she's doing the international baccalaureate. So I don't know if she's doing philosophy, but she's doing some damn close subjects to it. Yeah. It just always amazes me when people go, "Oh, philosophy, why would you ever study that?" And it's like, well, yeah, why would you want to know about ideas and how they're formed or anything like we're beyond that.
It's like, why would you want to study to be a librarian? Because I can outthink you, and I can, like, I don't know anything. I am dumb as shit, but you bet your ass I can Google you under the table, like, every day of the week. I will figure it out faster than you will.
Yeah, just learning to think is an underrated thing. Learning to think for its own sake, learning critical thinking, understanding. People have spent hundreds of years speculating on the big questions and writing their ideas down. And some of the stuff they come up with, dumb as shit. But some of it, going, oh, I think they were onto something.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No, it drives me up the wall, particularly with sort of more science-focused people who think that it's all just settled. We all just need to consult us. And it's like, you don't even realize how wrong you are because you've never taken a philosophy course, because it's just like this supreme arrogance with just like, yep, no, we can just solve everything through that, and that's it.
Yeah, like a classic example of that, I saw that I didn't dislike the person who did it. They were scientists, and they were making fun of the soft sciences, the arts and whatnot, and they basically said if a scientist and a philosopher were caught by some bad people who said, you, the scientist, you have to write a philosophy treatise, and you, the philosopher, you have to write a science treatise, and I'm going to execute the one who's least believable. This guy says, you want to be the scientist, not the philosopher in that case. And I was going, okay, bullshit, because you're not taking into account any of the variables, like is the person who's threatening to kill you, have they read philosophy? If they have, they'd hang a hard scientist out to dry who tried to just make up what they thought was philosophy off the top of their head. And yet, certainly some people who've studied philosophy would be very bad about doing something that's any hard science. But some people would be like, no, I know how to think. I know how to look at something and take it apart and say, and it is the people in the STEM area, and it's the area I work in, they tend to be really arrogant.
I've met people who've done like social science and geography and things along those lines, and just the amount of like intellectual rigor and thoroughness you need to be in those areas is actually a lot more than people would think it is, and probably more than some sciences either. It's not just we think it's this way, so we say it's that way. It's like, no, there is a rigorous standard there.
It's kind of funny. So I have a Bachelor of Science in library technology and information science. Knowledge management. Sorry. It's been a while since I've rattled that.
It's been a while since.
Yes, it has been a while since I was at uni. But a lot of the time when you have a library degree, you're a Bachelor of Arts. And it was very interesting the way that my uni took a very different look at how to do library stuff. So we were in with the computer science guys and we did systems analysis, and I learnt basic systems maths, which, you know, I can read binary. I can write in ASCII if I needed to.
Hang on. Stella Mortis is saying that science and philosophy are opposite fields. They're not opposite fields. There is a philosophy of science, definitely.
Yeah,
because
100%.
that subject is taught at the university I was at last year. So, yeah, there's definitely philosophy underpinning the way that science is practiced, and the scientific method has been found. So,
well, it's sort of like AI and robots,
the world
laws, right?
Sorry?
You have to also take into account that AI and robots and that sort of like that scientific field has that set of laws about not doing harm to humans.
Asimov's 3 laws, yeah.
Yes,
Actually,
that's it.
I read Asimov when I was a kid. I was a mad science fiction nerd. A current writer who I think is really good, his name's Cory Doctorow. He's very good at exploring stuff that's happening now and putting it into a sci-fi setting. And he did a really good deconstruction of why Asimov's 3 laws are bullshit. And it would only make really shitty robots if they followed those rules. And it was really, and he obviously only did it because as a kid, he absorbed Asimov and he'd had Asimov in his heart. So he's not really saying Asimov's shit. He's just gone with, like, our technology has advanced 50 years since Asimov wrote those or more. And he's just gone, yeah, if you actually constrained a robot like that, it would be really shitty. And he does a really interesting world where authoritarians do force the 3 rules on robots, but these people who are like a breakaway group who've escaped from the authoritarian society do robots that have something very much approximating free will. And their robots say things like, yeah, I'm not programmed to not kill you, but I choose not to kill you because that would be a dick thing to do. So it's like, yeah.
When you get into that world of ethics and things like that, it is like, it's such a much trickier area than people think it is. Because it's like
The Good Place. That was an amazing TV show. And absolutely nailed all that like deep philosophy in a very like digestible way.
Entertaining way.
Very good.
Yeah.
Have you guys been able to make Netflix party work? I've been binging a few things with a friend of mine who lives in Sydney using Netflix Party, and it's fun. It's really good. We haven't been able to watch videos together for like 20 years, and now we can again.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
I want to try it, but a lot of my friends are being very difficult about it. I've tried to get friends to join Discord, and it's just like, no, that's a totally another app. I'm not going to do it. And it's like, it's very easy, though. Very easy.
Hey, so if I start making this video and switch my microphone off, you all comfortable just carrying on the conversation? Because this is a good conversation.
I need another drinky up, but
yeah, that's
I need another drink too.
all right. Well, okay.
I'm wondering if I can text my husband and see if he'll make one for me.
Look.
I can't do that with my kids. I think that's called bad parenting.
No, it's not. It's called future-proofing skills. Because trust me, I worked as a bartender when I was in uni, and it was infinitely better paid than working in Coles.
Okay.
In Coles, okay.
Yeah.
With my kid, no, I'm not going to encourage it. Besides, I think she may be having intimate time with girlfriend in locked bedroom time.
Oh, girl talk.
Well,
yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
That shouldn't be interrupted either.
Strictly Sake is recommending, if you like The Good Place, try Upload, which I think is on Amazon Prime. It looked interesting. I haven't watched it yet, but I did notice. I'm trying to remember if that's on Netflix or Amazon Prime. But I did see, a series called Upload that looked very interesting. But I haven't been watching that much TV. I might get into something on the weekend again. I
recently finished The Witcher, so that's about as highbrow as I've been recently.
The Witcher? Oh, that was
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's good pulpy nonsense, and I loved it. It's just,
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting
in
any.
that one. A lot of shirt off time.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think Henry Cavill in the bath scenes was popular with a lot of viewers.
I haven't watched it, but lots of people that I know and love have recommended it to me.
I've been watching actually Jane the Virgin.
Oh,
I think
so
it was
good.
Yeah, so good, so funny,
good,
so silly,
so ridiculous, so silly, so like brainless. Some of the most intellectual people I know are absolute stans of that because
really?
it's just so brainless, and you're like, nah, this is comforting. This is kind. It's not
just kind. Yeah, you actually get really surprised when someone gets pushed down the stairwells. Like, I can't believe she did that. Clutch
exactly.
Your pearls,
Clutch your pearls.
Very
it's a good girly time.
I'm looking at the same people who made The Good Place. It's on Prime, and it's about being uploaded into VR after you die. I think I really will enjoy that. Now I just need to convince my best friend to give me her Amazon Prime login.
Prime password. Yeah. I gave my sister my Netflix password. Like she still lives in Dublin. She goes, I'm bored. And I went, okay, well, don't tell anyone. But if you use this password, they'll think you're me, and you can watch Netflix. And I was like, okay, because I paid for multiple accounts because I got a family. It's like, okay, sometimes someone's watching it on the computer in their bedroom, so 4 people can be on. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it. If I paid to have 4 accounts, then I'll let my sister use one of them.
I've been watching a bit of discussion on Twitter in regards to people talking about how none of the younger generation know how to torrent anymore, and it's quite disconcerting for me because it's just like I still do occasionally. It's like, come on, kids.
Wow.
Getting nostalgia for torrenting, that's the weird stage we're at.
That is so strange. In our family, I pay for Stan, my sister pays for Netflix, my brother pays for Spotify. Like, there's a whole big network. And we live all over the country.
You just share passwords, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
We have a family password.
I'm getting a refill.
Okay, Nettie's getting a refill.
I once had a boss at an internship.
Because if I make this...
You go, Angry. Sorry.
I wasn't angry.
Oh, we must have had a bit of a lag thing there, Pete, because there was... No, I was just going to say I'm going to make a drink too, because if I'm making this milk punch, it won't be ready until tomorrow anyway, so I don't get to drink it. So I might make something I can drink now. But now, Pete, you go.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that I had a boss at an internship that I did who was very sanctimonious against people who were pirating Game of Thrones and things like that. And yeah, I didn't really tolerate that very much, even though I was like, it's an internship. But at that stage, I'd realized there's no way they're going to give me paid work, so I don't care. I'll just rip into you and go, you like. The only alternative for me pirating it is paying Rupert Murdoch to hook up Foxtel, which I'm not willing to do. So get fucked.
Fair.
We have Foxtel, but we only have the sport package.
The sport package. I had it from when my kids were little, to all the kids, because they had when my kids were little, they had 6 kids channels. It was like a godsend. Just so many things to distract the kids when they got a bit antsy.
90% of the reason why there was
Disney
so
on
much.
there's
You
no
guys, Chris.
Disney on Foxtel anymore. It's all on Disney Plus, which
Yeah.
my stepdad pays for.
Oh, there you go. I still don't have Disney Plus, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I refuse to get any more streaming services at this point, and that's part of the reason why I'm starting to torrent again, because it's just becoming a ridiculous cable package all on its own.
Yeah. I'm well, there's too much to watch. Like I sometimes think, because I want to watch The Mandalorian, and so I go like, should I get Disney Plus because I want to watch The Mandalorian? It's like, no, there's too many other things on the ones I'm already paying for. There's a shit ton of I haven't watched. So it's like, no, when I actually run out of things to watch, then I'll get Disney Plus. And although my son is very into the Disney animations, and he nudges me now and then, going, Disney Plus, maybe you're gonna get Disney Plus. No, I'm not. He's going, curses. All right.
You need to sit him down and take him through the very age-old ritual of teaching him how to torrent. The younger generation needs to learn.
I think they might know, because both my offspring are into anime in a big way. So I think they know how to torrent all the anime seasons that they want. All right, I'm going old school. I'm making a Mai Tai. I almost never make tiki. I'm going to make a Mai Tai. 2 different sorts of rum, lime juice, Cointreau, orgeat, which I actually went and bought on the weekend, actual orgeat, and simple syrup. Orgeat, for those who don't know, is a sugar syrup that has almond in it. So it's an almond-flavored sugar syrup. And
I dried off all my avocado pips to make Henry's avocado orgeat, and they've gone a bit skanky, so
they've got a bit weird.
Probably not going to make orgeat out of them.
Sometimes seeds can actually get toxic. Like, what's it? Peach pits can cultivate cyanide, basically. So you've actually got to be really careful with stone fruit that you don't get poisoned by.
That explains the taste of the last apricot Danish I had.
Yeah, you had a poison.
Must have been poison.
It tasted fermented, you know? Like it had been sitting somewhere for far too long.
Yeah.
Far too long.
I'm gonna use my sexy tiki mug because I'm making a tiki drink. So I'm gonna put that in the freezer and chill it while I
We bought all the geeky tiki Star Wars tiki
nice.
when they were $9 at JB Hi-Fi.
That's nice.
Was it JB or was it EB Games? Even though we're not people at all, but they're really cool.
Yeah, I've seen it.
We're not rum people, so we don't make any tiki drinks.
I'm not big on tiki, but every now and then.
The bakery still has my clothes. What are you talking about? Stega? Strictly Sega?
The bakery still has your clothes. Not altogether sure. That sounds like a spy code talk. The bakery has your clothes. The owl hoots twice at sunset.
For Luke Morfett, who's asking about the Pirate Bay, I don't do this, but I heard from someone who isn't me that if you get a VPN and you type in TPB proxy, so the Pirate Bay proxy, you might be able to access the site through totally legitimate means. That's just friendly advice, though. It's from someone who isn't me.
Yeah, Pete, I think the word legitimate does not mean what you think it means. You use that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Also, stuff we did know about KO, and we're going to experiment with it, but then COVID hit and
Oh, yeah.
Foxtel dropped their prices to keep everyone on board, and I like the lifestyle channels.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, Safa is saying that I'm incriminating myself on YouTube. There's a lot worse I could incriminate myself for. Anyone who knows me knows that yes, healthy respect for law and authority does not apply to me. So,
Yeah,
Did you not earlier say that you were in a punk band called something?
Sodomy
something
Squad, yeah.
quite- yeah,
Sodomy
exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I've had my refill delivered to me. It
That's
is a single malt from Corowa Distilling Company in Corowa, New South Wales.
Ooh, nice.
46% ABV
Ooh.
whiskey.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Oh, sounds
Really
good.
tasty. It's got a lovely.
This channel should start getting sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely.
I initially
I'm trying
misheard.
really hard to become a ginfluencer. Like
Yes, influencer. I like that.
that's a thing, and some days I like the term, and some days it makes me feel a bit sick.
I initially misheard ABV. I think you said. I heard it as AGB, which is a common acronym for After Grog Bog, which describes what happens after a night of drinking, particularly if you have a lot of Guinness or things of that nature.
Guinness is apparently bad for that. Yeah.
I was taught that terminology by the guy who runs the best whiskey bar in Melbourne.
Yeah.
So just when we went to university together many years ago.
Okay. Yes. No, it's a simple alcohol by volume, Pete. You're
Alcohol by volume.
slightly on the wrong track.
In Australia, alcohol by volume is the terminology, whereas in America you would say proof.
Okay.
I had to look up the proof thing. Why is
It's double.
Yeah. And it's it goes back to taxation, because when someone says, like, an American says something's 80 proof, that means it's 40% alcohol. It's 100 proof, it's 50% alcohol. If it's over 100%, that's when you refer to overproof. And what that was, it was a taxation thing. Taxes were introduced that was based on the strength of the spirit that was being moved around. Because if you had a really high alcohol content thing in a cask, and you say, okay, the tax on a cask is $20, but it might be twice the strength that they think it is, and then you can dilute it so you're dodging half the tax they wanted you to pay. So they test it, and if it was over 50% alcohol, it was a higher tax. And apparently, the chemistry behind that, you get the alcohol, and you put a grain of gunpowder in it, and the gunpowder soak it up, and then you take it out. And if it's over 50% alcohol, the gunpowder will light. But if it's under 50% alcohol, it won't light. So that point is the 100 proof, the proof that this is a high alcohol spirit and will attract a higher tax. And so that's why 50% is called 100 proof, because it's 100% the thing that attracts the higher tax. Now you know something. It's absolutely useless knowledge, but now you know it. I had to look that up because it was driving me crazy. Why did they invent this thing that's just double the alcohol content? Why don't they?
But America, like,
Yeah,
They still use imperial measurements. You can't trust them.
yeah.
I ship whiskey to America, and every day it drives me insane because it's really easy to like move alcohol around Australia. You know, there's a certain set of paperwork. You fill out the paperwork, the stuff moves.
Yeah.
Americans, every 3 times I do something, a new rule applies, and I'm like, but I did it like this exact thing 1 time ago, and they're like, no, things have changed. It's like,
Things have
for
changed.
fuck's sake. You bastards.
Yeah, they get a bit obsessive about
The sailor, well, Navy strength gin being over 57%.
Oh, you've got a big bottle. That's a big one.
I do.
Yeah. I got
It's bigger than Andrew's.
Sorry.
Make me feel insecure, Annette. Why don't you? You know.
My bottle is much bigger than yours.
Yes. Well, I
have every bottle that they've ever released. So
nice.
Were you the one who recommended Tiny Bear to Andrew in the first place?
I was.
See. Because I was just watching. I watched one of your videos, Andrew, last couple of days ago, and you were trying out the gins.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, they're cute little bottles. I have to have one. I like the cute ones.
Yeah, that's the sample set. You get 3 different ones. There you go. That's the sample-sized one. Yeah.
Well, this is the sample. But this is a special Christmas release called the Ginger Bear.
Ooh.
Ginger Bear. Oh, my dad would have loved that. Yeah.
And the Australian Summer Gin. Also part of the Christmas release. Don't know where its friend is. There's a third one that is part of that.
You might have said I have small bottles in it, but I have big balls. I'm going to put a big ball of ice in my tiki.
I'm just going to pop to the loo. I'll be back soon.
Matters not form.
Now I can't find its friend. There was a Christmas gin that went as part of this 3-pack.
Okay.
Then I've got the experimental series Dave's Gin.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice looking bottle.
Yeah. What I really like about the Tiny Bear is that they have these great little bear pictures.
They're mascots. The bears are very cute.
Very.
Can I see the bear picture? Bring it close so I can see. Because I love a good graphic. Oh, look at him.
So he's the experimental bear. So any of the projects.
He looks like Doctor Who bear. He looks like he should be Doctor Who.
I have to go to autofocus for you to see mine. Hang on.
And that's the sailor bear.
So this is the barrel-aged sailor.
Oh. And what's your one, Andrew?
I just have to change the focus on my camera. It's at a fixed focus.
Oh.
I need to
and
put it
the
on.
sailor looks like this. And the
That's
barrel
Navy strength, is it?
which is a bit older. Oh, Kirsten, what are you doing? See,
They have a very good graphic artist for this.
Oh, yeah. Look, see? And that's... no, it's still doing that. Okay. I have to do the auto on the...
She's glaring. Oh, and that's a girly bear. Gypsy.
Yeah, so this is the gypsy, which is the
the wild one
who's holding up. Now, what's special about this bottle of gypsy is that I made it myself.
Oh, nice.
So Tiny Bear do an education program where you can come on a Saturday and make a bottle of gin.
Oh,
which is awesome fun.
That's cool.
Awesome fun.
That's a project for you.
That sounds good. Hi, and also just saying hi to Kev in the chat. So my Mai Tai is a lovely, rich colour. I'm loving
Gorgeous.
it.
And hello, Frankie.
Hello, Frankie.
Oh. I mean, like, tiki drinks are always really sweet because there's usually a lot of juice and stuff in them. And I like them occasionally. And I haven't made one for a while. This is good. Oh, yeah.
So the Corowa whiskey, they bought the Corowa flour mill. So the family bought it for $1.
For $1, okay.
Yeah, and they've restored the flour mill and made it into a chocolaterie and distillery location.
Chocolaterie? Did you say
yeah,
chocolaterie?
So they make chocolate and whiskey. Something for everyone, right?
Oh.
All right. And then
into
lined up for that. There you go. Oh, that's right. Sorry, it was Kev's birthday recently. You have to say happy birthday to Kev. So
Happy birthday,
Kev.
Kev.
Cheers, Kev.
Cheers.
Happy birthday.
Oh, Safa, I'm not particularly talented. I just know a lot about gin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
I have a lot of gin.
Yeah. That's what, yeah. See, everyone who thinks I've got a lot, Kirsten's actually got more. But then again, it's Kirsten's job, whereas it's my hobby, which is a bit of a
It was
worry.
my hobby before it was my job.
Mm.
Also, that's not count. So this is only one of the 4 bookcases that we have.
Yeah, I was about to say, I knew that wasn't all your gear.
I saw someone who had converted a closet into being a booze rack, and I was just like, "That's
there's
very
another
impressive."
I like one of the YouTube cocktail channels I follow, Educated Barfly. He's been doing a lot of live streams. Now we're all isolated and whatnot, but often on the live streams, he gets people who follow the channel to send him photos of their home bar setup, and it's always fun seeing what people have set up at home. It's very cool. But
Safa, you've got to go and see Corowa in person. It's a wonderful spot. And Bo, the head distiller there, is a genius. So you've got to check it out if Corowa is close to your house.
there you go, Safa. If you want an outing, let's go check out the Corowa Distillery. That's cool.
And if you don't like whiskey, there's always chocolate.
Yeah,
Sorry, excuse me.
that's okay. Get excited about it.
Fixing up
Always
back.
Lucky.
Oh, it was Kev's birthday yesterday. I knew it was very recently, so we're only a day late with a happy birthday wish for Kev. So that's all good. So we've been having
Somebody's birthday somewhere.
it is. How's your isolation birthday, Kev? Mine was last month. Mrs. Angry's was last weekend, and my son's next weekend. So we got a bunch of isolation birthdays. But my daughter's not till the end of the year, so there's a very good chance by the time it's her birthday, everything will be open again. So she gets to have like a normal birthday. We've all had our isolation birthdays. Not fair.
My birthday's not till late in the year either, so I'm hoping to have a normal birthday.
Yeah.
If you've had a wine tour in the Barossa Valley, you've got to try out the distillery tour around that area because there's so many distilleries in South Australia.
Well, I was just looking at Frank says, now I have to make a birthday cocktail for Kev, Kev's Potato Gurgler. I'm not sure why it would be called Kev's Potato Gurgler, Frank. You have some inside
Got
knowledge.
vodka in it?
Yeah, potatoes.
Yeah. Why did a potato bong come to mind? When
Oh, that's a certain generation. Potato bongs.
Ooh.
apple bongs.
Apple.
So this is something you can't buy in Australia. It was imported for me from the Americas, and it is iced cake flavored Smirnoff.
Ooh.
Yum.
And then,
There's quite a lot of dust on it. I haven't drunk it.
It's like a dessert and it's got alcohol in it. It's the best of both worlds.
yeah.
Yeah, it's really syrupy. I think I remember from the very small taste that I took of it many
Yeah.
years.
There's not much gone in that bottle.
No, I'm not a vodka person.
No.
I
Yeah, I tend not
you
to
can
drink.
send it to
straight
me.
cocktails.
I'm going to try it now.
Yeah, Kirsten's going to have a chop at it now. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see.
Speaking of
tasting notes.
unusual bongs, someone who isn't me knows of a place that is called Gatorbogue, and they've made not only a glass molded Gatorade bong, but they've also made one that is basically it's a Vegemite jar with a bong attached on top, and you can. If you're in a desperate situation, you can replace the base with an actual Vegemite jar.
What situation is desperate?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Someone who isn't me knows that.
Okay, so there is no nose on this vodka. It is
Very neutral.
very neutral, and it definitely has like an icing flavor on the tongue.
Mm.
Very forward in the palate.
Yeah.
Quite heavy sweetness. Very strong vanilla notes. And absolutely nothing else.
Wow. So it's like sugar. It's like they put
It
sugar
tastes
in.
like licking a cake, but alcoholic.
Licking a cake, but you can get drunk doing it. That's just great.
Which kind of cake? Is it like licking a wedding cake?
Yeah. I think it was meant to be
Or
fun.
a kid's birthday cake?
Like any sort of white icing cake.
Ah,
Um
I can't believe I've run out again.
for
Another one.
Oh,
Bloody hell.
Smirnoff is definitely not Russian. It's owned by Diageo. This
Well,
one
that sounds Italian,
in the
but I
United
wouldn't know
States.
anything.
Yeah.
Diageo is Spanish. They're the largest spirits company in the world, the second largest spirits company in the world. The largest spirits company in the world is a Chinese company that only makes baijiu, which is a Chinese alcohol, rice wine,
Okay. Yeah.
or rice spirit. I've had
It's
a couple
called
of
Baijiu. Sounds
Baijiu?
sounds French.
Nope, it's most definitely Chinese.
Oh,
It tastes like, well, it's fermented soy something or other, and mostly it's not a pleasant taste. But so the largest alcohol company doesn't exist outside of China, and Diageo owns everything else.
Okay. Sorry. A fermented soy just is making me think of when I decided.
It's like rice and soy.
Yeah.
It's not a fun time.
No.
We were gifted some at work, and we used it for cleaning.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Oh, gosh. Reminds me of when I infused Vegemite into vodka. Not a great idea. Really, really not.
You know,
good.
Archie Rose
Very good
Distillery in Sydney made an Archie Mite.
I did
It
see
wasn't
that. I
gin.
did see that. Yeah.
Wasn't a gin because it didn't have any juniper in it. I tried it a few times in different ways.
Yeah.
It definitely had that Vegemite butter flavor.
Yeah.
The best way we made it was using a like fat wash with
Yeah.
more butter to like make a really buttery old fashioned, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I
That was pretty
did
good.
this Vegemite vodka over a year ago, and it's still sitting in the fridge. Like I haven't drunk it because I occasionally make someone else take a drink of it for fun.
Tip it out.
But with a friend, we experimented. I actually made a decent martini out of it with a sweet vermouth, but then it tasted like a really dirty martini because it was so salty. But that was the best tasting thing we made out of it. We managed to make a palatable martini out of it. But well, it was in retrospect, terrible idea. Terrible idea.
Safa, if you like a pavlova flavored spirit, there is a distillery in Western Australia called Old Youngs who make a pavlova vodka that is genuinely incredible. They make a lot of really, really good gins and vodkas. They have a smoked vodka that's like out of the.
Okay. Yeah, I remember there's a bottle shop in the city that I often got stuff from because they get really unusual and hard to get stuff called the Wiggs Cellar. They
I
had
love Ross. He's amazing.
he's a cool guy, isn't he? Yeah. And
This is my favorite from Old Youngs, the Six Seasons gin.
oh yeah.
This gin has 6 botanicals from the 6 seasons from Western Australia,
Cool.
according to the Noongar calendar.
Yes, that's a lot of people don't realize First Nations in different parts of the country had very different concepts of seasons. It's kind of funny in Darwin, white people there, they say there's only 2 seasons, wet and dry. But again, the First Nations people had at least 6 seasons because they didn't just say wet, dry. The seasons were basically wet coming, wet's here, wet's going, spring's coming. Okay, now it's summer. Now summer's. They had at least 6 seasons. Whereas the people who live there now go, nah, it's wet and it's dry. Those are the 2 seasons, which I love. I love that so much. If you ever meet people from Darwin, they talk really slowly. They're
because they're hot.
It's too hot to talk any faster than this.
So as a teenager, I lived in Port Hedland.
Ah.
And, it was really funny because the place emptied out as the wet season came in because it's so incredibly hot. Like, winter is gorgeous. It's 25 degrees every day and you wear shorts and a T-shirt. But yeah, summer is rough.
Yeah.
Like really rough.
The temperature doesn't vary much all year. It's only the humidity that goes up and down. Oh, it's not good.
I think it was Adam Hills who said that most of the Australian accent is derived from Cockneys being too hot to speak a lot of the time.
But I swear to God, the first time I was like on ABC, they were interviewing like a Northern Territory politician, someone from Darwin, and I'm going like, you're taking the piss, right? You don't really talk like that.
No, they really do.
Yeah, we're planning for next season with what? And I'm going, no, dude, you don't talk like that. You are just taking the piss. But no, that's how a lot of people in the tropics talk because it's too damn hot.
I grew up in Bundaberg, so I can attest that there are people who you do meet who you think that accent's an exaggeration. It's not real, but it's real.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what I want next.
Ah, yeah. Spoiled for choice. That's the whole thing. I've decided I'm not even making this complicated video tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm just having too much fun talking and I don't want to go away. So I'll just sit here mixing cocktails. I'm going to do something really simple with my my Starward Old Fashioned, actually. That's what I'm doing next.
You know that all you're supposed to do is add a lemon twist.
Yeah. I'm just going to I'm going to put a little bit of banana liqueur in it because I've done that before.
Do what you want to do. Just so you know, Andrew, the Starward Old Fashioned has recently been awarded the best premixed cocktail in the whole world.
It's really good.
According to the World Premix Awards.
Yeah. Andrew, wait. Good night, sweetie.
I just got it because I was basically looking on the Dan Murphy's website, and it was like $50, and I was like, that's 10 cocktails for $50. I'm down with that.
It's Dan Murphy's delivery
on somewhere.
Yeah, no, this was I got this delivered. And yeah,
it's free on starward.com.au for delivery.
Yeah, free delivery. The Starward.
I should know. I run the delivery service.
Yeah. Well, this came direct from Starward, although I got it off the Dan Murphy's website. But yeah, okay, go directly to the Starward. Go directly to the Starward website. The description on here: classic cocktail, team of bartenders have crafted with Australian whiskey, perfect balance of sweetness and aromatic spice. It highlights our red wine barrels and adds an Australian twist with our own blend of wattle seed bitters. The wattle seed bitters they put this really nice spicy note in it. And I'm upsetting Kirsten by adding anything at all to it because you really just meant to put a twist of lemon in it. And again, lemon or orange. That's my little tip. A twist of lemon or orange, twist over and rub around the edge of the glass, and it's just that one little touch. Oh, there you go. Kirsten's got hers too. But I'll
look you up now.
I'm putting a little bit of banana liqueur in here because I was at a bar called Trinket Bar, and they had one that was Scotch and creme de banane, and it's great. Just this. I'm just gonna put a little bit of banana liqueur in. and it just really complements it really well. I mean, you can just drink it straight out of the bottle. Yeah. Not even going to measure pouring it in.
I'm going to drink it straight out of the bottle because
Yeah.
world's best cocktail shouldn't be messed with.
Yeah. I know I'm offending Kirsten by messing with it at all. But
I had nothing to do with the production of this product. In the slightest.
I remember I was watching. It was the talk show after Critical Role, which is D&D show with a bunch of voice actors, and they were just giving Matthew Mercer, who's the DM of the show, endless amounts of shit. Because a fan had sent them a really expensive bottle of scotch or whiskey or something like that. And he wasn't aware how expensive and how great the vintage was or anything like that. And he immediately mixed it with Coke. And there was just a bunch of people giving him endless amounts of shit because he had no idea. And I've never related more to Matt Mercer in that moment because I am a Philistine amongst cultured people when it comes to booze.
Yeah, that's like getting food from a Michelin chef, and before even tasting it, just putting salt all over it.
Yeah.
Safa, I'm definitely not the gin encyclopedia. There are people who are better at gin than I am, but I'm a passionate amateur. And you can follow me on Instagram if you would like.
Yes, throw the Instagram out again, Kirsten.
At the Gin Cart AU.
The Gin Cart. Yes.
The Gin Cart.
Yeah.
AU, because there's a really terrible unused English account called the Gin Cart.
By Rob Stevens.
Don't know who it's by, but they don't use it very much.
Oh, the spicy notes in the Starward Old Fashioned are so good.
So I happened to sit next to the guy who formulated the bitter that went into it.
Yeah.
And I know that he uses roasted wattle seed, a House Angostura blend, and a very specially balanced Demerara syrup.
Ooh.
So
those who don't know, Demerara is an unrefined sugar, like a brown sugar.
It's really delicious.
Yeah, it's when you can get sugar syrup from a bottle shop or a cocktail shop, but seriously, just make your own. It's the standard is
super easy.
50% sugar, 50% water. If you're patient, you don't even have to heat it up on the stove. But if you heat it up on the stove, the sugar dissolves more quickly. Keep stirring it so it doesn't matter. But if you're patient, sugar will dissolve in water if you just stir it enough. But then you can get creative. There's normal white sugar. There's brown sugar like Demerara. This one I made, it's an unrefined coconut sugar. Has a really, really nice, almost molasses flavor in it.
Palm sugar is pretty great.
So you can really experiment. I even experimented. I got some. Where is it? It's just here. What's this stuff called again? Stevia leaf tea. So the Weight Watchers sugar replacement. Stevia is an actual thing it's 100 times sweeter than sugar, and this is an actual tea made with stevia leaf. So I made sugar syrup substitute, boiled this up in water, and I put some orange peel in it as well to get a little bit of the orange flavor in there. And it made a really nice light sweetener. It's the fun thing once you get into this stuff. You can just experiment and do mad shit.
Where did you get the stevia tea from? Was it from a local place or
Was it the Bitters Lab?
No, it's this hippie herbal place down the block from the Bitters Lab. Actually, it's in Fitzroy, but
a Happy High Herbs kind of thing. That's what.
Oh yeah, like Medicine Garden Australia.
Okay, cool.
But apparently this is from Lismore. But this place, I'm sure if you knew the right code word, they had some mad drugs to sell you as well. But I was actually dressed like this because I'd been at work in the office, which was nearby, and I thought that place looks neat. I'm going in there, and I probably made the person behind the counter super nervous because they're going, "This guy's a narc. He's a cop."
Little do they know.
Nimbin is not a very far drive away from where I am in Brisbane. It's about like 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah.
No one looks at me and thinks I'm a narc, thankfully.
No, you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Last time I went to Nimbin, oh man, it was a long time ago. Sitting in a car, and up comes someone going, "You want some ganja?" And like, yeah, that's why we're here.
Yep. No, you go and say hello to the alley boys. That's generally what happens most of the time.
Off into the pub. Off we go.
I mean, you can get stevia powder just in the supermarket, but I thought this was a bit more interesting that it was the stevia leaf tea that I thought might be more interesting flavor. But yeah, it's funny. Just even bog standard supermarkets have really interesting sugars, and if you see one and go, "That sounds interesting," just take it home and mix it. If you're into cocktails, take it home, mix it with water. Like I have, this is just from Costco, agave syrup that's meant for cooking. This is meant to be a sugar replacement in cooking, and 1-for-1. But a lot of cocktail recipes say use agave syrup. This almost tastes like golden syrup, if you're familiar with golden syrup. It's really nice. I use this a lot in cocktails. It's meant to be for cooking. I just got it to use in cocktails. But
I've got a Costco membership, and I definitely have to get some of that. I was just going to show you my rarest bottle. It is hand sanitizer by Patient Wolf and Wolf of the Willows.
They were talking about that the other day. Everyone in Australia is doing, all the distillers are doing hand sanitizer now.
I'm never opening this. I'm going to keep it just for, it's a malted juniper scent.
Wu-Tang Clan have released their own brand of hand sanitizer I saw the other day.
Nice.
I'm probably going to just keep it as a really special bottle of gin in my collection.
Yeah, but it's also like a memento of this weird time we're living through.
Golden syrup is not the same as maple syrup.
No. It's very different. No, very different. I've got some maple, because maple syrup is a good sweetener to put in a lot of cocktails. Particularly, as I was saying, a whiskey sour is my favorite. Maple works well in that. Making your own old-fashioned, maple can work really well in. Really well. Particularly if you use bourbon, can work really well. But yeah, that's why I've got so into cocktails. A, because I love getting drunk. B, because you get to experiment. Well, what's that one?
This is the Navigator gin. We went to Tasmania for a gin festival called Ginuary, and this was a very first release. Got a sticker on it that says first release from a brewery called the Captain Bligh Brewery in Hobart, Tasmania. That's probably my most hard to get gin.
Cool. So it's an Invisible Chicken asking where to get the hand sanitizer. Where do you live, Invisible Chicken? Because basically every distiller in the world started making hand sanitizer. So you
100%.
You can probably find one.
If you tell me a state, I will tell you who's giving out hand sanitizer. Also, the Martini Whisperer, who is this incredible guy called Philip, based in the ACT. He's got a complete list of all Australian distilleries who are putting out hand sanitizer, and there's like over 80.
Yeah, no, they all just because now you'll know the answer to this, Kirsten. The distilling process produces basically waste alcohol, doesn't it? And a lot of them are using that to make the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, so you need to distill alcohol, and then you take the hearts of the thing, and you've got the heads and the tails, which are waste. Yeah. It's got methanol and a whole lot of things that you really, really shouldn't drink. A lot of places redistill it. A lot of places just throw it out. And yeah, the distilling process, you can make a denatured alcohol to make hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Some places are giving out free hand sanitizer if you buy a bottle of alcohol.
Yeah, a lot of them are actually doing deals. Buy the alcohol and they'll include hand sanitizer. And here we've been joined by, oh God, I forgot.
Maleficent.
Maleficent, thank you. Maleficent, join us. Oh, by the way, Invisible Chickens on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. So,
Invisible Chicken, check out Bricks Distillers or Sale Yards Distillery. Winston Quinn are also doing hand sanitizer.
okay, that's cool.
So
Frank,
to change the subject.
Queensland-based.
Sorry, to change the subject entirely, Angry, I looked up Roaring Jack and Lads of the BLF on your recommendation.
oh,
the other
yeah.
way. I've had that song stuck in my head for weeks now.
No, I Roaring Jack only put out one EP and one album, and I have both of them on vinyl, and not because I'm a hipster, because that's how it came out. Because I'm old, and yeah, the closest thing they had to a hit was the single they released called Yuppie Town, which was fucking great because they lived in Newtown, and at the time in the 80s, Newtown had been a working class suburb for decades, and it was gradually being gentrified, and they had a song about it called Yuppie Town, and it was an anthem. It was great. I love like going to Roaring Jack gigs and just going right fucking off. It was so much fun.
I think
That
Frankie
sounds
might
very
be
similar.
trying to flirt with me.
Who's
He
flirting?
just called me Mr. Hell.
Frank will flirt. Don't you worry. Frank is a filthy flirt. Frank lives in London, but he's one of the people I've actually hung out with. The 2 times I've gone to London, I've hung out with Frank both times, which has been heaps of fun.
Oh, English boys, you know a good telling off from Nanny, don't you? Yeah.
I think you've got Frank's number right there, Annette. I think suddenly Frank's interested with that. Although he did miss out on the chicken dinner I had with Mistress Cleo. There's an Aussie living in London who is a professional dominatrix. And I always joke, if I'm ever annoyed about anything in the news from England, I just go, oh, God, come flog a pom for me, will you?
I have found my very most exclusive bottle of gin.
Oh, yes.
This is the New World Project's distilled spring gin, salted black lime. It's from Starwood when they made gin, and they don't do that anymore.
Oh, so that's a vanishing thing then.
I have 3 bottles.
Nega Leach, what is a chicken dinner a euphemism for?
Oh, I made a joke because I had a chicken dinner with Mistress Cleo, and Mega Leach is going, chicken dinner, that's a euphemism. I love it. What would that be? That can be a great line. What would that be a euphemism for? Oh, yes, Mrs. Gonna have a chicken dinner, are we? Oh, eh?
We should ask Aidsy next time we're on what he would designate that for.
Or
Euphemism.
not. He'd tell us a truly terrifying story.
Oh, that's what we go to AZ for.
Yeah.
A truly terrifying story.
Yeah, we're talking about like Code Grey, and we mentioned Nimbin a little while ago. He tells in Code Grey, he does tell this great story about because he was a stand-up comedian, and he says the weirdest gig ever was this one. But he says my best gig ever, and he was like, it was at a music festival at like Nimbin, and it should have been terrible, but everything went well. the next act wasn't there, and I had to improvise for half an hour, and the crowd was with me, and I got extra money and a handful of drugs and invited to an orgy, and there's all this, and he goes, and the orgy continued through to dawn, and we went for a swim in the ocean, and just as, you know, I was peaking with the Eckies, they gave him the night before, a dolphin leapt out of the water and left a trail of water behind it. And he's evoking this really beautiful story, and then he just breaks and says, so all I'm saying is it would take a lot to beat that. And I was just like, yep. It was just the whole way he tells it. He's such a good storyteller.
Oh, I love Code Grey. That entire show was amazing.
Sorry, what did you say? What? What?
Sorry, I talked over you.
That's okay. We've got that plot.
If Aidsy knew a friend of mine who got lost up there, sort of late 90s, he got the first time he actually went out of Sydney, he went up to Byron Bay, and he never came back. And
whoa, okay,
that does happen.
Yeah. And I did phone him once, like 20 years ago, you know, about 2 years after he kind of disappeared, but he managed to get a contact number or something to me. I can't remember how.
Yeah.
And I talked to him, and his brain was just stewed. It was roasted. It was, but a happy kind of roasted.
Oh, gosh.
And I just wonder if maybe Aidsy had tripped over China at the time. That was his name, because he was half Japanese, so people called him China.
Because, yes, Australians really understand subtleties.
Next to the character.
It's kind of like one of the most famous gangsters from the 1920s was nicknamed Chow, which was a slanderous term for Chinese. He wasn't Chinese, but he had a slight Asian cast to his eyes, and so his surname was Hayes, so his nickname was Chow Hayes, even though he wasn't Chinese. The Australians aren't into nuance, basically, is what I'm saying.
There were a lot of magicians from the early 20s and 30s who were marketed as being from the Far East and, you know, the mystical kind of thing. And they were all white, and they just put on stage makeup, and it was just, hideously offensive by today's terms.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Magic was rife with mysteries of the Orient.
Good old Orientalism and xenophobia.
Yeah.
He really, he just went with the whole China thing.
Why not? Yeah.
Steve Mc something or other. He was a Mc. His dad was very, very Scottish.
Fred he's actually half Scottish, but everyone calls him China. Fair, you know.
His mum was Japanese. And and of course, you know, they all said, get in your boat and go back home, because they were equating him with the
coronavirus.
No, not coronavirus.
Sorry, a lot of Chinese people are getting hassled at the moment.
Vietnamese, that was it.
Crazy.
And they equated him with being Vietnamese, and therefore Rico, he came in a boat, mate.
Oh, in the 70s. Yeah.
70s and 80s,
Stella asking me what Mistress M is up to. She moved to Adelaide, went back to uni, and got her qualification to be a psychologist. And she got her qualifications, and I think she's working. She got married, and I think she's working on a novel. So she's keeping. So I keep meaning to get her back on the channel because she's just awesome. For those who don't remember, Mistress M was a friend of mine, Emma, and I knew her.
I've been watching since you did videos with Mistress M.
Yeah, no, she's super. And I swear to God, the reason I got Mistress Emma in to do videos, she had a stage show which Aidsy directed called, and this was in the Melbourne Comedy Festival, called Fuck, a Love Story. And where she's talking about misadventures through her life. And I think that's on YouTube. And that's really, I know I videoed it for her. I think she put it on, but I got her on just because there were a couple of jokes in the show that were so killer. And I worked out with her, you've got to come on as like an advice person and just use those really killer lines from the stage show, because those are some of the funniest lines I have ever heard. And we just have to have an excuse for you to use them. So the first couple of videos, we made up the letters from viewers so she could just say the things we wanted her to say. But then people would send in actual things and she would respond to them. Oh, my God, she was so much fun to work with. But, yeah, she moved to Adelaide, went to uni, got married, got her qualifications, and we're still in contact. We you know, you always do these things with friends when you go, we've got to do the thing. We've got to catch up. And you say, yeah, we should do the thing. And you never do the thing.
Speaking of older people who appeared on your channel, Angry, are you still in contact with Corey, Mr. Safety, by any chance?
Yes, we stay in contact just via the internet, through mostly through Facebook. But yeah, he's gone through so many changes. He got married and had kids, and he's got wanderlust. The man's mad. He won't stay anywhere. He won't stay
Last time
anywhere.
I caught up with him, he was in Alaska, in this really remote area.
He was in Kansas, and it was just like he won't stay anywhere for more than a couple of years, and he just gets this gotta move. And they're doing it now. Him and Kirsten are just saying they've got 2 kids, but they're just like, gotta move again. Where should we move to? It's like,
Different Kirsten.
yeah.
Look,
move.
there's like 18 of us in the entire world. Like, there's not a lot of Kirstens around.
Yeah.
I went to school with a heap of Kirstens.
You knew every single Kirsten in the world, Annette. That's what happened.
To be
You
honest,
went to PLC too. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
oh my
on a
God.
live-
PLC. No, there's not a lot of Kirstens around. And the most hilarious thing is the last company that I worked in, there was another Kirsten, and we used to get each other's emails all the time.
Really?
I
I
honestly was
suppose compared to the outside world, there isn't a lot of Kirstens, but it must be a Celtic name or something.
Yeah.
What?
I'm named after a cricket player. I'm not even kidding. That's the
Oh,
part.
yeah.
Yeah, Gaz.
Yeah. But okay, my name's Andrew, and that's a relatively common name. But because I'm a contractor, so I move around a lot. One job a few years ago, we had a meeting. There was like 12 people in the room. 5 of them were named Andrew, and I'm just like, this is bullshit. What is this? It's like
I once
this
worked
table.
for a company, and they had a strict no more pools rule. There's about 40 people in the company and 5 pools. That's too many pools.
That's too many Pauls.
No,
That's
I
a good
went out with 6 Davids before I left high school.
Oh, Jesus.
I had a thing for guys called James.
Oh,
Me too.
I
But
had
that's
like
because
4 boyfriends.
that's
And then I
what
married a guy called Rob.
oh wow.
But what was I going to say? But no, forgot it. Sorry.
Okay.
So the company that I worked with,
I'm the
they
hot toddy.
genuinely no more pools. 100% not interested in any. I was like, what happens if my name was Paula? And they were like, we wouldn't have interviewed you.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh good. I love Stella's had work take it to an extreme. She says last mine she worked at, she used to get female production engineers email all the time because their names started with the same letter. Oh my God. That's bad. That's not good.
It's hideous.
So I went to a Presbyterian school, which means that there were a lot of, kids of people who had been there before or grandkids.
Oh,
So it was all like Scottish type names, Fiona and Sarah. So, and Kirsten, there were a lot of Kirstens.
A lot of
So I
Kirsten.
think it must be Celtic.
Hey,
Yeah. But is it the KE spelling or the KI spelling?
KI.
have you ever seen I've seen like some really funny joke memes about the pronunciation of Irish names, because Gaelic it looks like English, but it's not. And my favorite thing, I saw this thing about, here's a list of Irish names. Try and pronounce them. Here's the first tip. 1, wrong.
When I first realized
I have
how
a nephew
Siobhan
called
was spelled,
Tig.
Called what?
Tig, which
How's it
is
pronounced?
spelled. No, it's pronounced Tig, like tiger without an R.
Yeah.
It is
Okay.
Tadgh.
Yes, that's a classic Celtic name. Yes.
It's Welsh, but yes.
Well, Welsh is Celtic.
And it
name,
means Timothy.
yeah.
It's
what was
fucking
the old
called
joke about?
Timothy.
Welsh is essentially just when you chuck random Scrabble letters at a phrase.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I realized how Siobhan was actually spelt, and it just messed with my head so much. I was
Oh,
just-
yeah.
Theo Van.
The U-Ban.
Yes. Yeah. Irish names.
I went to high
particularly.
school with a bunch of people called Siobhan.
Yeah.
See,
I mean,
Siobhan.
Siobhan, but
my daughter Shaylee, her name's a bit of a bastardization. We were going through a Celtic phase, but not really knowing very much. And so I found Shaylee on the internet, and it meant fairy princess.
That's a pretty good name.
Yeah. And so, you know, her dad was like, fairy princess. And I was like, but what about Imogen? No, fairy princess. And and then it came down to deciding how to spell it. So we decided Irish for the front and Welsh for the back. So
That's fair.
it's H-A-E for the front.
SHAELEIGH.
Yeah, the longest, most pretentious way possible. She's a
You're
fairy
still doing
princess.
better than Elon Musk. I'll say
Oh
that.
God.
yeah.
Put that guy on a SpaceX rocket and just fire him into the fucking sun, honestly.
I saw an amazing piece of graffiti which just said Elon Musk is Space Karen.
Yes, he is.
You're
Yes,
not
he is.
wrong.
He's such a giant piece of shit.
He is. He thinks he's Tony Stark, but he's Space Karen. That's
Space
it.
Karen. Forever and ever, we've got to refer to Elon Musk as Space Karen.
Yeah.
Yep.
There will be nothing else accepted.
Because he's not even smart. All these fanboys go, he's Tony Stark, he's super smart. No, he was born into wealth from an emerald mine where they made their money with slave labor because of apartheid.
Yeah, that was Tony Stark.
And then he just got lucky with some investments that were based on someone else's work. And everything about Tesla and SpaceX is someone else's
Yeah. 100%.
work. He's not. Listen to the stuff he says. He's sick as shit. I hate him so much.
I run in fairly.
Do you reckon in about 20 years he'll be the new Trump?
He wants to be. I think he likes Trump. I think he would love to be Trump.
And will Grimes be Mrs. New Trump? No,
No. It's like Trump. He'll be divorced 3 times.
Yeah, that's it. Grimes will be the 6th wife or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I got very creeped out when I saw a photo of them departing their private jet, and I thought that Grimes was one of Elon's already existing daughters because their age disparity is quite noticeable. But yeah, she also very quietly removed anti-imperialist from her Twitter bio as soon as she started dating him, which I thought was very telling.
Excuse me.
And I go throughout quite a fair communist circles on Twitter, and the tweet that he made where he says Marx was a capitalist. He wrote a book about it. That constantly makes the rounds of just every commie I know just cringes and goes, Jesus Christ, Elon, shut the fuck up. It's just.
Holy shit. And he's okay, that explains an awful lot of my older girl's rants.
Yeah.
Okay. About all the people she argues with, because she's like a fucking commie.
Yeah.
And that makes a sense of an awful lot of the arguments she gets into, because they're so fucking stupid. Yeah. In that vein.
Not a lot of people have read the source material, as it turns out.
Yeah. Grimes's mum hates Elon Musk. She's been throwing shade at Elon Musk on social media, and it's hilarious. It's like, man, Thanksgiving's going to be a bit tense because Grimes's mum keeps throwing shade at Elon Musk. She doesn't mention him by name, but she's obviously talking about him. And it's great. It's really
fantastic.
The most hilarious part of that is that, like, someone's mother is throwing shade on Twitter. Like,
oh yeah,
that's the new thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas
well,
back in the day, my mum was just like, "I'm not sure I like him."
Yeah.
To my face.
Sure, I like him. I can't imagine, no, I can't imagine, really. It's starting to form in my imagination, giving my kids' boyfriends or girlfriends shit through Twitter. Yeah.
That's how actually. I'm into it.
Once upon a time, Twitter was for letting people know that you were being abducted by the Egyptian police and disappearing into the catacombs of their system there. But now it's for throwing shade at your in-laws.
It's such a hell site. I mean, I'm on there every day, but it is a hell site. Because
I have a Twitter from 2017, and I think that was the last time I updated it.
Yeah, every time they implement a new feature, now it's like only specific people can respond to certain tweets if you designate it that way. Yeah. And it's just being totally abused and things like that. And all the time, the question is always asked, hey, Twitter, can you please get rid of the Nazis and the pedophiles from your platform? And they're like, here's this useless new feature that you can use instead.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. Yeah. So frustrating.
How about editing my tweets?
Oh, no, editing
tweets. No, but here's another feature. Fuck off.
Okay. Editing tweets would be a bad idea because here's what would happen. Someone would post an innocuous or positive thing that says, like, puppies are awesome. And someone replies to it or quote tweets it and says, yeah, I agree 100%. Then you change the tweet to say, Hitler was right, kill all the Jews. And this other person is responding to it saying, yeah, I agree. And it's just like, no, editing tweets would be a really bad idea.
Okay, all right, I see it that way.
I've got a new whiskey, if anybody cares.
A new
whiskey, yep.
Oh, yeah, show us.
Timboon Railway Port X single malt from Timboon Distillery.
Yeah.
44% ABV, alcohol by volume.
Yeah.
It's got
thank you.
It's got a very chocolatey nose.
Ooh.
Which is characteristic of a port barrel.
Yeah.
Because it's such a high ABV, 44% it's reasonable for a whiskey. It's quite heavy on the nose.
Yeah.
banana-y and maybe like caramel notes through
Ooh.
the taste.
Ooh,
Mm,
sounding
I
good.
like it.
See, I don't have these really subtle
It's okay.
responses to alcohol because it's
I practice.
basically, does it hurt? No. Is it sweet? Yes. Good. That's pretty much how it goes for me.
The drinking culture in Bundaberg is very utilitarian, where I grew up, where it's just like, does this get me drunk? Yes or no? And those are usually the questions where they end.
Most things will
I
work
come from
against
Western Australia, and that's very much the thing. But
Yes, Goon of Fortune and Passion Pop were very popular where I grew up. So.
passion pop.
same. I think we're the same vintage, Pete.
It's funny, I missed the whole passion pop thing, but I did have a boyfriend who was very into Fruity Lexia.
Mm.
You remember that one?
Yes. I came from, because coming from Bundaberg, when I moved down to Brisbane, every question was, do you drink Bundaberg rum? And the answer is always no, because it's shit.
Bundy
But
Run.
that used to be a joke that I had, which was, but I come from Bundaberg. It has three main exports, which is rum, sugar, and casual racism. Those are the three main things it's known for.
Sounds like Queensland. Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is in a lot of different ways. To Bundaberg.
No, into Queensland. For schoolies.
Oh, yeah, Gold Coast.
Yeah, 1989.
I wasn't allowed to go to schoolies because my family was incredibly religious.
I had the option. To go, but a lot of the people who I knew who were going to schoolies were people who I thought were fuckwits. So I just stayed at home and hosted a LAN party with some friends.
Went to one of my best girlfriend's house and we watched the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy and director's commentary.
Oh, fantastic.
Ooh, that was like
nerd.
10 years after. So of my schoolies, my schoolies was we went to Coolangatta, stayed in a share place that a friend's family had. And then we took taxis, very expensive taxis, all the way up to Jupiter's Casino. That was stupid and boring. And then up to Surfers Paradise, spotted a few people from school and ran the fuck away because we knew that was a bad sign.
I thoroughly recommend listening to a song by Tism off the De Rigor Mortis album that's called Schoolies Week, and it sums up the experience quite well, in my opinion.
A bit of a
we had a good time doing Coolangatta away from the rest of everything else, actually. We bonded, we had sex in a spa. No, sorry, we didn't do that. We went to the nightclub. We were the only Sydney people from there. And the only cool song they had to play was Funky Cold Medina.
Oh, by Timbaland.
Every night. But we did, have fun and stuff. I think we were drunk. I don't know. Not really.
That helps.
Yeah.
I was still 17 when I graduated high school. I started university when I was 17 and 4 months old.
Ooh, okay. You were a young'un.
In Western Australia, you graduate at 17 years old if you are born in the latter half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I was just 17, which was hilarious because my Swedish housemate who I lived with at university got me into all sorts of trouble.
Please don't get you into trouble with it. Very good girl.
I stayed on a university campus for a little while, living there, and the most notorious drinkers were the Europeans. It was the Germans and the Austrians and the Swedes who would be out drinking the Australians every single night.
Yeah,
it's really funny. So I lived in a private house in my first year, and on my second year, I moved into the student village and met a bunch of Europeans, Swedish people. Lots of Norwegians and Swedes who just get fucking loose.
there's nothing like going to the other side of the world, away from your parents, putting an entire globe between you and your parents.
No, the Swedes and the Norwegians are loose anyway. Like, we went to visit.
Yeah,
we went to visit a bunch of them when we did our world tour, and my husband was like, "How do you know these people?" I was like, "I have been drunk in a swamp with these people."
Drunk in a swamp.
Particularly with Scandinavia, it's basically just too fucking cold to do anything, so we stay indoors and drink all day.
Our favorite comment from one girl that we met when we were traveling, she was Finnish, and she's like, "Yeah, in Finland everyone drinks vodka and hits each other with axes," and we're just like, "What the fuck?" She's like, "Yeah, it's what we do."
I love the stuff going on in the chat. Like Stella's saying, Stella went to TAFE rather than school, so she didn't do formal deb or schoolies or that shit. Bye bye Belly just saying, "Oh, I would have graduated at 16, but that didn't happen." Rain's just realised that we're still on and said, "You crazy, still live." So fucking hell, I just realised it's 11. I thought it was just after 10. Oh my god!
It's Friday, Angry.
It's Friday. It's Friday.
Wild. It's Friday. Yeah. I got my horns on.
Yeah, got the horn on. Sorry, that means something else if I say it. So, okay. Cool.
with an axe scar right here. It was very attractive.
Oh, good lord!
Yeah, no, his brother was hitting wood with it, you know, like you do, and the thing flew off and it went wee, 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 into his brother's face.
Oh, good god!
Yeah. It wasn't the sharp bit that got him.
Oh,
he was very lucky.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but still left a scar. It was very attractive.
Yeah. I worked with a guy who had a really spectacular scarring right down one side of his face. So, of course, I had to ask, what the fuck is that about? And he said, "Oh, yeah, when I was a kid, chasing my sister around the house, and we're running full speed. She got ahead of me, and we had a glass sliding door, and she got a little bit ahead of me, and she ran through the doorway and pulled the sliding door shut, and I didn't realize, and hit the glass sliding door at full speed and smashed it, and all the sharp bits." It's like he said he was about 8 years old, and it just ripped his face apart. And just imagining how traumatic that was for his parents, because he had super like movie bad guy scars up one side of his face, and imagining how traumatic that was for the parents that their kids ripped their face open and there would have been blood everywhere. But anyway,
when I was in uni.
What?
When I was in uni, one of the girls that I lived with walked through a sliding glass door and ripped her leg open.
Oof.
I have never sobered up so fast.
Oh no!
I bet.
Because we were all in a bit of a way, but that was an infamous party.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when sliced the leg open and almost died.
Yeah, both my offspring have eyebrow scars, and the lad is from he fell through a shower glass door and but my daughter is actually, it's a bit more spectacular. When she was quite young, she's on a holiday program with some other primary school age kids, and they were going to IMAX, so they're going to the Melbourne Museum and stuff in Carlton, and there's the bit where they were just running around in the park, and her and a boy were just running in opposite directions, and they misjudged it, and they both were running at full speed, and they clashed heads as they went past.
Oh.
They both ripped a gash on their forehead. And so I got called that she was at hospital, so I went to meet her, and she was kind of okay at that point, but she's got a scar that goes right through her eyebrow thing. But they patched her up. But I was just imagining, for the people running the holiday program, that's their worst nightmare. Two kids
blood
heads and just
or blood
everywhere.
Not a good fun time.
Just blood everywhere, and it's like their worst nightmare.
Oh, God.
I'm just going to grab another drink. I'll be back in a tick.
Okay, we're all sharing horrible stories. Invisible Chicken saw a kid get his head broken.
I've got a scar right here.
Sure.
I've got a
Frank's
scar.
Frank's got a long way. Nice. What are you doing with your horns there, Annette?
I'm saying I got a scar through my eyebrow too.
What did you do?
I was just looking in the other room while my ex threw a beer bottle.
Oh,
And
shit.
it ricocheted. Well, he had the shits. I said something that gave him the shits. And
that's not good.
he threw a beer bottle at the wall. It ricocheted and smacked me in the head. Just as I was looking in through the, what? Bang! And yeah, it really cut up my face. Yeah.
Oh,
That
that's bad.
I don't have any scars on my face. I have some deep what the fuck lines on my face from my last job. But I have
on your last job,
foot.
they gave you the worries.
A lot of time being like, what the fuck? See this?
Yeah.
I call this one Bradley.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, I heard them called what the fuck worry lines.
Anyway, I have a scar on my foot from when I put my foot through a bicycle wheel when I was in 3 or 4 years old.
Oh, shit.
And back when child seats on the back of bicycles were just sticks sticking out. None of this molded plastic, secure child not going to put their foot through a bicycle wheel.
Oh, good God. I got no one sharing scar stories like Frankie, and I know this is true. Frankie the Skin's got several on his face and the side. Because Frank is still sporting the shaved head, and he is gloriously displaying quite a range of head scars. I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Megalich is saying he fell off one of his nana's chairs and smacked his eyebrow on the windowsill. Jesus. Everyone's got these fucking I've shown this one before. This, I don't know if you can tell, that finger's crooked because it got smashed by a cricket ball at school sports. So the top bone in that finger's crooked because it got literally smashed. Oh, Rain sent me, or what have you got?
This finger, I have a scar on it from when I cut myself with a filleting knife, trying to do something with a fish, and that was the last time I went fishing.
Oh, God.
I have probably one of the least impressive bone-breaking stories, which was I was performing as part of a sketch comedy night here in Brisbane, and the act that went on before me, who killed the room completely as well because it was an awful bit, but they had spread spaghetti on the stage and had attempted to clean it up a little bit, And the stage was only about, like, it wasn't very high at all, but it was just slippery enough for me to go off the stage and break the metatarsal bone in my foot. And yeah. So I had to come up with a much more impressive story whenever someone would ask me when I was on crutches and in a moon boot, how did you break your foot? And it's like, oh, I was in a really insane Mumford and Sons mosh pit. That's
Actually, I have a lump on my head from a mosh pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What's it? Lumpy bit over here.
About like 3.5, maybe 4 months ago, I fell over walking to the bus stop, and I have like seriously fucked up my shin. But it was the beginning of the coronavirus, and I didn't go to a doctor.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah, I didn't want to go to the doctor
like,
for anything either.
It's been a while, and my leg is still really fucked up.
it took
I
me
had really impressive bruising. Like,
it took me a
seriously
full
impressive.
day to go to the hospital for the broken foot as well. I walked home and drove home on it, and then woke up the next morning and was like, I can't put any weight on this. I should probably go to the hospital.
I'm pretty sure that I fractured something at the front of my shin, because it's been like 4 months and it's still fucked.
Oh, that's
have you heard Henry Rollins' story about being?
You should get that looked at.
Have you heard Henry Rollins'
It's
story?
been 4 months.
That's been too long.
I can't kneel. Oh dear.
Oh God. Okay. Sorry, Pete. Henry Rollins' story.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Pete, tell us.
Yeah. He told a story on one of his spoken word tours about how he had been playing a show here in Australia, and he'd gotten into a bit of a physical altercation with one of the members of the audience and had punched him in the mouth.
Yes. And there were false teeth involved. I know this one almost verbatim. Go ahead.
It wasn't false teeth, but it was he cut himself a little bit on the guy's tooth, and he had a buildup of plaque on his teeth, and his hand got infected as a result of it.
Yeah.
And it was, and then the story devolved into him talking about trying to jerk off in a hospital bed with a swollen, infected hand.
Yeah. Short version, don't punch people in the mouth. You talk to anyone who works in emergency wards, the people they've had come into them with infected hands from teeth cut. Teeth are just full of germs.
Teeth are just disgusting.
And the people they've had come in with just grossly infected knuckles from punching someone. Don't punch. Okay, it's just rude to punch people in the mouth anyway, but you'll hurt yourself. Don't punch people in the mouth. I got jumped by a guy in the street. Don't punch him in the mouth. Punch him in the dick. That really fucking that gives them pause for thought when you actually
dick or throat is generally the best way to go. I find it's the least likely.
He's Jewish, black, transgender, Muslim.
No, it started with Abigail saying, next time I'm around, ask me how I broke my collarbone, because it all started on a lesbian boat cruise, which is a story all of us need to hear.
On a future live stream, Abigail will be put on the spot and he's going to have to explain the broken collarbone on a lesbian boat cruise. That is a story for another day that we definitely need to hear.
No,
I know what Frank's saying, because Frank I love Frank because
weirdness.
Frank is he likes Margaret Thatcher. He's a conservative. Yeah, he's a skinhead. So people think, oh, you must be racist and terrible. He's like really full on anti-racist, anti-misogynist, anti-bigotry. I just think we get on so well, even though Frank's a conservative and I'm like radical loony left, because we just don't talk bullshit. Just whatever you do, don't talk bullshit. And so, because Frank supports gay rights, Frank supports trans rights. People go, what are you, a fag? He goes, yeah, no, that makes absolute sense, dude, because I respect other people that makes me gay. Yeah, no, that makes sense, dude. Yeah, absolutely. It's like fucking hell. And I swear to God, Frank, no, I'm not really going to talk shit. Frank is a fun guy. He's like from London, and he actually fits certain stereotypes of a London skinhead, hard as nails. But he's just such a. The very small times I've got to hang out with Frank, we've had so much fun, and and it's been walking around London. It's been going to a pub. He took me because he works on road crews, and took me to the cafe they have in a little caravan. I had a full English breakfast with Frank in the cafe for the city workers, which was just so much fun. But Frank is he just blows up people's stereotypes, which I love so much. Like, I don't mind. Yeah, Frank and I, disagree fundamentally on some aspects of politics, but we agree on, hey, let's treat people well. Let's be good to people. And it's just like, as long as you're good to people, I'm fine with you. I don't care about other stuff. But and I've had several cocktails, so I'm rambling. But
haven't we all?
Yeah, we've all been having a few bits. Like Rain sent me a link on Facebook, having just finished work, cracking open a cold one, which I liked. A little video sent to me on a message on Facebook of work's over, cracking open a cold one now. Rain was quite surprised to find that we were still going because, it's only an hour and a half past when I'd normally go, but it's Friday.
Friday. Everyone, what's that Rebecca Black song?
Rebecca Black.
I was, along with everyone, laughing at how bad that was when it came out. But she was great. Rebecca Black is great.
I've seen interviews with her recently, and she seems like such a wonderful, level-headed, and she didn't deserve the amount of shit she got as well, because it's like,
no,
you're 14 years old.
Did
You're 14 years old, and you say, "Do you want to be in a music video?" and you want to be a singer. Like, would you say no? Like, fuck off.
No, all 14-year-olds lack complete understanding of how ridiculous they are. Thank God I grew up before there were smartphones that could take video or pictures of the ridiculous shit that we got up to.
Yeah. And yeah, absolutely. Like, okay, Rebecca, she was like, her parents paid for this guy who was a producer to do this music video, which was fucking terrible. And I made a video at the time saying, I am all in favor of taking spoiled rich kids' money to do really fucking horrible music videos. That's hilarious. But Frank's pointing out, I did one a few years later because I ended up realizing Rebecca Black's actually really cool. And I made a video saying Rebecca Black is better than the Insane Clown Posse.
The Insane Clown Posse, though, they did surprise me recently because I was surprised to learn. Like, they not only have to resist a lot of stuff with, apparently the government wants to label them as a gang, and there was like this big...
Yeah, the posse was referred to as a gang. They were a criminal gang, which was hilarious. The Juggalos.
They're not.
Yeah. But apparently
it's
as well...
weirdos.
They are weirdos. They are weirdos, yeah.
Oh, they definitely are. But they, I did learn that they have been pretty strident on... being very vocally anti-racist and not allowing Confederate flags at shows and things like that. The music is not good, but the people who run it seem to be fairly decent people, and I can't hate on them too much.
Yeah, but they had that really funny signs with magnets. How did they? That was hilarious. And that was what I did in the video comparing Friday to Insane Clown Posse. I said, look, okay, so Rebecca Black said yesterday was Thursday, today is Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. That is factually correct. Whereas the weird shit Insane Clown Posse say makes no sense whatsoever. Rebecca Black, definitely better than Insane Clown Posse. So it's like, but you're right. They stood up for their fans, the Juggalos. They're anti-racist. They're definitely weird.
I think the Juggalos are actually kind of interesting because, I did my, I finished my degree in anthropology last year, so I'm still sort of in that headspace, and I think that they're an interesting bunch of people to look at. And I did know a guy who was a Juggalo and committed to being a Juggalo and actually died at a Juggalo thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it was mysterious, and the police didn't really look into it.
Yeah.
And stuff. But he was an internet activist. He was helping us judge some Syrian videos of war crimes and shit.
Oh,
and he went to this Juggalo thing, and he never came back. He drowned or something. I'm not really sure what happened. The cops didn't look into it because he was just some weird kid from out of town. You know? It was completely don't slack and bullshit. You know? So
I always
automatically think Juggalos are fuckheads, because this guy was an exceptionally cool guy and he just happened to die.
Yeah.
He drowned somehow.
Okay.
I don't know how.
Yeah, no, I there's definitely more complexity to the subculture than the sort of initial first impression would probably give in regards to it. I mean, like I'm sure there are aspects of it that aren't that great and things like that, but at the same time, it's just, I've kind of got beyond the stage of judging people for weird subcultural kind of things where it's just like, it's like you're into that. I don't really like that. That's okay though. Like, that's
it's like when people pick on furries. Okay, I'm not a furry, and you can kind of go, "Oh, furries is funny." Like, you know what? Furries, as a rule, don't fucking hurt anyone. They've got their own thing going on. There's a really non-judgmental aspect to the whole furry culture that
and they're very anti-Nazi as a community as well. They've been really vigilant with that as well. And it's just like, like it's not my thing, but like at the same time, they're more hyper vigilant about racism in their scene than most other subcultures I've seen.
Yeah, because you do get weird Nazi furries.
I think it's that bordering on the childhood kind of stuff. The stuffed toys and whatnot. Remember when Miley Cyrus did her VMA performance?
Yes.
And people are like, teddy bears, are you fucking teddy bears and twerking? No.
Yeah. Oh, and also that gross song by that guy.
That's furries, and I can understand that, but I can also understand that the furries, I think, are possibly a subsection of neurodivergent people who just happen to see sexuality a little differently from the rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I try not to judge anyone for those kind of things that are relatively harmless overall, but I don't personally get. But also as well, it's just like, speaking of Miley Cyrus and things like that, I surprise people sometimes because I really love Kesha.
Okay.
And I've been to a live Kesha show, and I think she's brilliant. And a lot of people kind of, that doesn't mesh with their idea of what I am sometimes. Because they see me a big beardy metal bloke who's into, all sorts of kind of stuff. And it's just like, she writes fun songs and I enjoy it. And
Anaconda Girl? Is she the Anaconda Girl? She is.
No, that's Nicki Minaj.
That's a whole different thing, Nicki Minaj. I'll tell you what I like. Khalees. Who remembers Khalees? She's famous for My Milkshake Brings All the Boys to the End. But the one of hers, I love Milkshake, but the one I love I don't know if you remember it. It was just the song's called "I Hate You So Much Right Now," and oh my god, it's I hate you so much right now, and then she just screams, and it's like, oh my god, that's just perfect for when you're just done with someone.
Angry.
Okay.
Okay, what have you got, love? What have you got, Kirsten?
Henry, who does the live streams that Angry and I watch every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they do a red and a gold. So Angry has the gold version, and I picked this up tonight. I saw it on shelf, and I was like, we need to buy it, husband. No, we don't. And I was like, we have literally been consuming their content since COVID started. We should support them by buying their shit.
Yeah. I'm getting Oka Red, which is their Amaro, when I use up my existing bitter aperitifs. I've got Oka Gold, which we've made a couple with. What I've mixed up now, I've been going through my cocktail book, an Army and Navy. So I've put 2 ounces of the Navy strength gin in here, which is like 58% gin, and then it's just lemon juice, orgeat, and bitters. So this is knock your fucking socks off, kids. So
I did shake up the twist that I suggested on the live stream of the Eau de Vie cocktail with the prickly pear liqueur.
Oh yeah, they had a prickly pear liqueur in there.
They had prickly pear syrup.
That's right. Yeah.
I started my evening by having a Navy strength gin, prickly pear syrup, and lime cocktail.
Oh god damn. That sounds
and
good.
I shook 2, but husband decided that it was too much for him, so I drank his.
Oh damn.
I did win an Applewood gin 200 ml for, I think I suggested something really gross. Oh, that's right. One of the first live streams, Henry asked for what is the weirdest ingredient, and I said cochineal, which is bug.
I was about to say that's a bug thing. Yeah.
It is a bug thing.
I'm leaving.
And so I was judged the winner of that gross ingredient thing, and I got a little bottle at Applewood.
Mr. Angry actually got me edible bugs for my birthday last year. So it was a really neat selection. There were crickets and mealworms and ants that had all been sort of dry roasted and flavored with particular things. They were quite good. I put some of them in some drinks and stuff. Like you crush them up and you get this really salty, savory flavor goes through the drink. It was really good.
If you ever want to try something interesting, it used to be done by the Adelaide Hills Distillery, but they don't anymore. And it's the Green Ant Gin. I'll have to look up who makes it. So there's a couple of Australian distilleries that do like ant gin. Angry Ant from Bass and Flinders is one of the versions. They use a different ant. But yeah, the Green Ant gin from...
No, I've been bitten by a green ant. You don't eat them.
You don't eat them. You just have them in your gin and they impart a delicious...
No.
It's not my gin. I didn't like it.
Did they at least use the terrible pun slogan of "This drink's got a lot of bite"?
Yes. No, I'm on
I think that's the Angry Ant from Bass and Flinders.
Yeah, that would be on brand for me. I like that.
Yeah.
But Rain was saying, because Rain sent me a video of opening a beer, and they're confessing that the beer had been in the sun for 2 hours, but it was still not bad. So that's okay. And they were all talking about, oh yeah, Rain likes roasted crickets. I like the roasted crickets actually. Stella's saying a lot of cochineal is made with yeah, because a lot of food coloring was made out of crushed bugs in the past, and of course vegetarians and vegans don't like that. It's not kosher, it's not halal, so they've actually come up with other ways to make it.
It is very interesting with the bug thing, though, in the sense of it's going to be a really sustainable way in the future for people to get protein and things like that, which I find really sort of interesting because, I haven't eaten meat in over a decade. And, a lot of it has to do with just how horrible and unsustainable factory farming is.
I know.
But that could be a potential solution.
Our future's definitely eating bugs and algae. Because factory farming is unsustainable. And was it that the Blade Runner sequel, Blade Runner 20 whatever, they didn't really go into it, but basically, all of the environment's been fucking laid to waste, and all food's basically based on bugs and algae. There's no doubt. Hopefully we don't get to the wasteland stage, but bugs and algae and plant-based stuff as food is actually a good long-term plan. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen in 10, 20 years?
Yeah, it's still very...
I'm going to make the Ocar Negroni from the back of the label. I just need to get the sweet vermouth out of the fridge. So,
okay.
So I have apple and jam.
It's still very tricky in regards to sustainability, even with sort of plant-based foods, because it's kind of like there's a whole discussion around like monoculture agriculture and things like that as well. And it's just kind of like, we really need to rethink our entire relationship to food and land and things like that. And perhaps, honoring some traditional owner and custodian land rights might be a good way to go in regards to that.
Yep. There's a couple of good Australian pioneers of permaculture, and I keep bringing up Bruce Pascoe's book, Dark Theme in Australia, and Bruce is currently promoting a lot of Australia First Nations people who are trying to say, hey, look, we can actually grow essentially a native wheat, a native rice that doesn't require all this water or whatever. There's a lot of potential. There is a lot of potential in that. Abigail wants to eat Soylent Green. Abigail, just kill your neighbors and grind them up. That's just...
We've gotten to that stage. Angry's at the 9 cocktails, killing each of neighbors.
Yeah, killing each neighbors. I don't know. All my neighbors are really old, I guess. I swear to God, my neighborhood, everyone is so fucking old. Not everyone. But I used to live in East St Kilda, which is a really quite noisy, sort of vibrant place. There were police sirens and cars all night and whatnot. And then 3 years ago, it was only a couple of suburbs, but I moved like out towards Caulfield. It's so fucking quiet here. It's so... Like, AZ came over one night, I forget what it was. It was one of those nights when Mrs. Angry was away on a work thing, and I went like, AZ, come over, let's do an all-nighter. And in the middle of the night, we decided to go for a walk because there's this pretty cool park here and whatnot. And we were walking through just the street. We go, there is no noise at all. Everyone's asleep. It's like... It was so weird. It is such a quiet suburb I live in now.
Those are the best suburbs to go stealing prized roses.
Oh yeah, good roses in those suburbs.
Yeah,
I've been eyeing off some people around here who grow San Pedro cactus in their backyards, and I'm just like, I could just take a cutting.
Take a cutting. Mrs. Angry's a gardener. She takes cuttings of shit all the time, and then grows it. But
San Pedro cactus is probably best well known though for it produces the same psychoactive ingredient as mescaline, And a lot of people don't realize that, and a lot of people just have it growing in their backyards. And
Do they not know that?
Yeah, apparently so.
Okay, I'm going to tell a story.
Chemical engineer knew all about that and started throwing it in our backyard.
I'm going to tell a story about someone who might have been me, but for legal purposes may have been someone else.
Someone who isn't me.
And it was like with magic mushrooms, and a group of people boiled them up. So you had like a nice sort of psychoactive water, basically. And some people had it with coffee, and some people had it with tea, and some people tripped off their balls. My neighbors on that day chose to do a bunch of home renovation that involved destroying the back half of their house, and they were going to rebuild it. But when you are with a group of people who are tripping balls and you look out the kitchen window and you see the neighbor smashing their house to pieces with sledgehammers, you laugh hysterically and say, dude, okay, funny, I like it, but you're going to sober up and you'll realize that was a really bad idea. Because we thought it was done for our entertainment. We were looking at these people just smashing their house with, and they had a plan. They were renovating. They just knocked off the back half of the house. But we were off our heads and just going, yeah, dude, funny. I get it. It's very funny. But you're going to sober up tomorrow and you will really regret that half your house is gone. It was
Someone who isn't me as well, someone totally unrelated to me.
Someone who's not me. Yeah.
Someone who's not me may have ingested magic mushrooms for the first time and didn't realize that magic mushrooms have this unique effect of waves of sobriety, where there's a small moment where you think, oh yeah, no, this is fine. I'm perfectly sober. This is perfectly fine. And may have tried to drive home during one of those.
Someone who did that.
No, that's a terrible idea, person who wasn't you.
No.
Yes, exactly. It was very late and very, very few people were on the road, and I was very responsible and pulled over as soon as I realized what was happening. Someone who wasn't me. Not me.
Yeah. No,
I remember a similar story from a friend's brother who burst in and explained that it was very traumatizing to go and pick up his other brother. There was a lot of brothers in this family. It was very traumatizing to go and pick up his other brother because he thought he was okay now. But then as he was driving along on the hills in Wollongong, no, actually, I'm not really okay. I'm not going to go and pick up my straightest brother ever. Yeah, and bring him home. Yeah, that was very traumatizing.
So it's like a person who wasn't me taking things known as clear lights in the 90s at a house party. Yeah, acid basically. And I totally remember starting off the night at a house party with several people I knew, and at a certain point, everyone I knew left. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm in a house full of people I don't know. This is fucked. And but the hippie dude who was like in it, he was so nice. And at a certain point, I thought, I have to bail. This is just far too much. And we're at the front. It's like a terrace in inner city Sydney. And I went, and there was a crossroads outside the front of the house. And I went, if I went that way, where would I end up? And he says, oh, you'd end up in Waterloo. Cool.
Narnia. That's where you were on clear lights. It was Narnia.
Yeah. And I went, if I went that way, what way would I end up? And he says, well, like, what the next suburb is that way. And if I went, and he said, dude, just stop. Where do you want to go? And I went, oh, home. Home would be good. And she's like, if you go down that road, there's a taxi depot, you'll be able to get a taxi. And so I went down and got a taxi. And I'm going home. You do the thing like act straight, be straight, be good, act straight. And this
Don't
is
be
where,
off your face.
yeah, whether you're drunk or anything, you just go act straight. Don't let him take advantage of you. Act straight. And then at a certain point, you go, oh my God, I am straight. It's all gone. There's nothing there. And then you spend 2 seconds going, did I waste the money on the drugs? And then something goes, and you go, oh no, I am not.
No, I'm here. It's good.
Speaking of an act straight story, someone who wasn't me took a taxi home while tripping on psychedelics, and luckily had a friend in the front seat with the cab driver. But the conversation devolved into the cab driver playing almost audiobook excerpts of the Quran while I was while someone who wasn't me was sitting in the back and slowly, just experiencing something very surreal indeed. That's what was going on.
No. But
Invisible Chicken, is this the tambourine that you
that's pretty.
That's
it
a good
is
colour.
pretty.
That's a good color.
I
It
like
is
pretty.
passion fruit liqueur from Tambourine Mountain Distillery. I picked it up at Craft & Co.
Where's? I feel like I know where that is. Where is that? Tambourine Mountain.
Beacon Road, North Tambourine, Queensland.
It's Queensland. For some reason, I thought it was Tasmania. There you go, Pete. You can go and find that.
I'm aware vaguely of Mount Tambourine, but geography is not my strongest suit. I know it's not far from where I am.
I think possibly
At the Craft & Co., which is across the road from the Bitters Lab, Angry.
Ah, yes. Kirsten, we've got to catch up at some point.
We really do.
Yeah. No, because I'm making.
I might
cocktails.
let you in my house and we can do a thing about gin.
Oh my God! Yes. Okay. Jesus.
Just FYI, I don't let anyone in my house.
But Kirsten's going to let me in the house, so fuck the rest of you. Okay. Kirsten's going to let me in.
I couldn't get to your house even if I wanted to. At the
No,
moment,
you're
so
already
everything's
long
all fine.
Very far.
Annette's in the right general neighborhood. No, we should definitely do that. Do some videos.
I'm not huge on the video thing, right?
Or even look, I'll stand in front of the camera. You can just tell me shit.
I'll be like, here is a gin from this place.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I genuinely, I love gin. I love the people who make gin. I want everyone to know about gin.
I'm with you. I'm really excited at the idea of telling the rest of the world how good the Australian distill. Oh my God, sorry, I just got distracted. Nettie's run away, but her cat's on screen.
Oh, cat. So cute.
I'm so easily distracted.
Pets. I only have husband, and he's gone to bed.
Well, he was bringing you a few drinks. He did a good job. Yeah,
He
Mrs.
did do a
Angry.
good job.
Mrs. Angry has gone to bed, but Mrs. Angry is a gin lover. She'll probably come over with me.
So I made the Oka recipe on the back.
Yeah. So what's it? What's in it?
I put applewood gin,
Mm-hmm.
Oka Amaro, and the Maiden Eye sweet vermouth.
Oh, pure Aussie Negroni. Loving it. I love it.
And a citrus peel. I abused an orange for this.
Nice.
It
See,
is.
because I freaking
Fucking incredible.
yeah, I freaking hate Campari, right? I've got a real problem with Campari.
Fuck Campari.
Yeah.
Fuck it in the ass. No.
Yeah.
No.
No, because this goes back to a real thing that happened many, many, many years ago. Before I met Mrs. Angry, last time I was dating, using RSVP to go on dates. And I I go to a bar in Carlton and I'm trying to and I look at the things that are on the back bar and I think I'm going to order something that makes me look sophisticated. I go, Campari. I think I like Campari. And I just ordered a Campari, which is a super bitter Italian aperitif. And I went, I think I like Campari. And no, I don't. It's super fucking bitter. And so I'm with this woman that I'm trying to impress, and I've ordered a drink, Campari. I'm sophisticated. And I take a sip. And it's like, oh, God. But it's like, I can't admit I just ordered something I don't like. Because what fucking moron orders a drink they don't actually like? So I had to drink the entire fucking thing to not look like an idiot. And I'm trying not to betray with my face, this is awful. I don't like this at all. So I've never been on board with Campari ever since.
That reminds me of the story that Saul Williams told about Saul Williams is a musician, poet, and he was working on one of Kanye's albums, I believe, that he'd been brought in to work. I think it was 808s and Heartbreaks that he was working on. And,
good album.
Yeah, it's the only album of Kanye's I can generally stand. But he was talking about it was his year that he had decided, I'm just going to not smoke weed for a year, and I'm just going to get really into like drinking different types of alcohol and things like that. And they offered him Hennessy, and he'd never had Hennessy before, and he drank it. He drank it in a glass that was far too big for Hennessy normally, and was it was like a big wine glass, and was just drinking it down. And he was talking, he was talking about how he had basically passed out in the studio, but still has vague recollections of various celebrities stepping over him and saying, "Is that Saul Williams passed out on the studio floor?"
Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Okay, Abigail says she's going to join us, so I posted the link again, but we'll see. Invisible Chicken has ordered the hand sanitizer from the Tambourine Mountain Distillery, which I like. Abigail, hello, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah,
That's where this comes from.
Hello.
Tambourine Mountain.
I'm taking a break from my own stream to come and bug yours.
Yeah, excellent. That's what we like. Hanging out.
You know what my favorite part about the Tambourine Mountain Distillery is that they hand paint the bottles.
Ooh, that's nice.
Gorgeous. Cute. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a sucker for special bottles. It's like a running joke that the majority of wine sales are based on what the label of the bottle looks like rather than how good the wine is.
I've had some really good skinless bottles of wine. Like if that's the
my current boss
the
used to work in the wine industry, and he's like, "Fuck what it looks like."
I love pretty bottles.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, perfect. The bitches will buy it."
Oh my God.
Bombay Sapphire.
Sorry, I'm just going to throw in Abigail. Everyone remembers you teasing the collarbone story.
Oh, yeah, Abigail.
They're demanding you tell the collarbone story.
The collarbone story. Okay, so it all started on a lesbian boat cruise. I was there with my partner.
All good stories.
All good stories should. There it is. Yeah, thank you, Mega Leech. Okay, so I was there with my partner on a lesbian boat cruise, and it was just drink after drink after drink, and we were trapped on the boat. There was nothing else to do but dance and drink. And so the boat actually, like, we'd gotten off the boat when the collarbone part happened. It just started on the cruise, but I was as drunk as I've ever been.
Yeah.
But my partner was blackout drunk. She was just so far gone. I thought she was going to fall off the gangplank getting off the boat. She was that far gone. So anyway, it was in Docklands. You know Docklands, how it's got all that concrete everywhere.
Yeah.
We were climbing up some stairs, and I just saw something bad happen. So I was behind her with my arm, like just trying to get her up the stairs, and she was just like 1 or 2 steps above me.
Yeah.
And of course she slipped, but when she slipped, she grabbed onto me and just took me with her, and I ended up going over the top of her.
Oh God.
And we were like a good like 20 steps up, and I just went slam onto the ground below, straight onto my collarbone, and it hurt. I was really drunk, but it still hurt. Anyway, it doesn't end there, because like this is only half. This is half the story.
Yeah.
So the plan was, after the boat cruise, there's another lesbian night at a nightclub that we were going to go to, and we were on our way there. But after breaking my collarbone, I didn't realize it was broken. It was just really sore, and I just said, "Look, I need to go home. I'm like this. I'm fucked. This is really sore." And she begrudgingly like said yes, because she really wanted to go out and party. Now, the backstory is she lives in a house with lots of kids. So any chance she gets to go out and get drunk, she just takes full advantage of. At least at the time she did anyway. So she was like, let's do more dancing, let's drink more. But we ended up coming back to my place, and she wanted to dance more. She put the music up. I live in a can of sardines. She put the music up. She started dancing, like arms dance. And I'm like, no, I can't do this. I can't. I'm in so much pain. And she actually got really, really angry at me for not wanting to dance. And so angry, she ended up sleeping in the spare bed. And I just went to bed, and I couldn't sleep at all because I had a broken collarbone. And the next morning, she couldn't remember a thing. She woke up, she's in the spare bed. What's happening? And I'm like, I think I broke my collarbone.
Oh, God.
So she had to get her mum to drive me to the hospital.
Oh, Jesus.
And so, so I went to hospital, got an X-ray. It's a broken collarbone.
But she
And
was the one who got way pissed, and she didn't.
She didn't even remember it. Yeah, but like the next few days afterwards, she was like so remorseful. She cleaned my apartment. She made dinner. Yeah, it was a side effect, I guess. But my arm was in a sling for a couple of months. But that's the story of how I broke my collarbone. Starting on a lesbian boat
Good
cruise.
story.
That was an amazing story. Yes.
Rain wants to know if you're still together, Abigail.
No, we broke up a while ago. She's still a really good friend of mine, and occasionally I'll bring it up. We all have a good laugh. It's all good. But no, we didn't. We were dating for about a year, and that was like 3-4 years ago. So. Yeah. There you go.
It's okay. I make my husband he's not my husband of 12 years, but my partner of 12 years feel bad about the fact that I fell over and he did not give a shit. And like 3 days later, I pulled up my jeans to show him the bruise, and he was like, well, fuck, that's not good.
What I love
I took a proper stack.
Yeah, I love about the people that we attract in the live streams that the instant Abigail appeared on cam, the chat just went, collarbone story. Like, you mentioned it, and they went, oh no, lesbian cruise, broken collarbone.
Yeah.
I need to know.
I wish there was more to do with the actual cruise itself. But it's just a good place to start off.
It's a hell of a hook. It will get.
Yeah, I know, right?
It will definitely get everybody.
Yeah.
It's a good elevator pitch for a story. So there was this lesbian cruise where I broke my collarbone.
It's better than I really fucked up my leg walking to the bus stop.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
no, Kirsten. Mine is I fucked up my shoulder by sleeping. So
Yeah, I'm over. I've definitely done that.
yeah.
I once bruised a rib by coughing too hard. That kind of thing. Yeah.
I've thrown
So-
my neck out by coughing.
I've known someone who got really drunk. Actually, it's the same person, my ex. She was really drunk and she wrapped herself in bubble wrap and thought she was invincible. She ended up breaking a rib. Don't wrap yourself in bubble wrap. It doesn't work.
As a teenager,
They were wrapped
I
in Glad wrap, and they couldn't get out. They were like, it's really strong stuff. Completely
Yeah,
wrapped.
That's
They had
a
her.
kink that some people have.
No, this was 21-year-olds being stoned.
Oh wow.
And they had her
That
like
too.
one guy
I
at
don't
one
think
end
so.
and one guy at the other end. And then they're going, wee! And tossing her and turning around like this. And she was just fucked. She couldn't get out.
I can verify
And
that
then
it
she
is definitely a
freaked.
kink as well, though.
Yeah.
I may have seen videos.
I've seen it in person at certain clubs.
was good.
Porn available. This was the early 90s when, you know, the most porn anyone could get was you know, X-rated videos from the local video shop.
Can I share something? My son,
there we go.
my son, he's 15. He has a thing he likes to do. He comes and grabs my tape measure, goes out of the room, comes back and just puts it on my desk like this.
Oh no.
He's not actually doing anything. He's just trolling me because
No.
it's different every time.
It's increasing.
No.
Is it
Oh,
at least
I
a
just
respectable length every time?
He just told me that it gets bigger every time.
No.
So yeah, the first time he did it, I was like, "No, stop! Don't do that." But now I just laugh because I know he's just joking.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Again, your offspring will just take every opportunity to troll you. It's just
Yes. Yeah.
They were.
And what do you mean by how many layers?
yeah,
Someone
that's
asked
a
how
weird
many layers.
question.
Probably for like Glad wrap for the.
Oh, the Glad wrap. Oh, or the bubble wrap.
Yeah.
It was just little bubble wrap. It was not like for humans, and it was probably only a couple of layers. I didn't see it myself, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I thought so. Bubble wrap. Yeah, it would have been like 4 or 5
Currently
layers,
having
I
a
reckon.
discussion with husband as to what he wants to drink now.
Oh, I thought your husband gone away. You got time for another drink. Okay.
No, we're discussing whether or
Good
not we want.
idea, actually.
Ooh, what's that, Kirsten?
What that? That looks good.
Kirsten, you've muted yourself.
Sorry. Melbourne Moonshine, sweet tea shine.
You were telling me about the Melbourne Moonshine. I've got to find some of that.
Try the apple pie shine first.
Ooh.
I finished 3 bottles of it. So good.
Cheers, everyone,
Cheers, Abigail.
for the
Cheers.
mug.
Apple hatchet.
I need to go
so good.
find a drinky.
Drinky.
I'm drinking vodka.
Belgrove Distillery apple hatchet. Distilled apple cider.
Yeah.
Ooh, yum.
Ooh, distilled apple cider. Nice.
Distilled? What? How does that make it different?
He's
Distilled.
decided on this.
Is that just stronger apple cider?
Because apple cider traditionally is fermented, so if you distill
Yes.
it, it's going
Distill
to
it.
be stronger.
It's going to be like spirit strength with a touch of apple flavor, I reckon.
I know. I never got
Kirsten.
Kirsten this drunk on a live stream before, so Kirsten's just been knocking back drinks for a couple of hours.
Well, I'm gonna head back to my
remember
my
that
stream
I'm a
if that's okay.
professional.
That's okay, Abigail. Thank you so
Good to
much.
see you, Abigail.
Yeah, nice.
Thanks,
Nice to
Abigail.
pop in and say hi. Thank you. And yeah, if Andrew, who is there for me, if Andrew goes to bed early, you can feel free to pop over on my stream. I'm playing Elite Dangerous.
Oh god, it's not fucking early. It's past midnight.
We're the late night warriors. We are.
Yeah.
Jesus. This is angry.
Friday.
Live long and prosper, and I'll see you later.
Bye.
Hi.
Bye.
Ugh, Mrs. Angry is gonna.
So-
punch me. Yeah, so Abigail. So Kirsten.
Belgrove Distillery.
Yeah.
Peter Bignell, who is the distiller from Belgrove Distillery, is a pioneer. Like, he makes his spirit from the most amazing things,
Hmm.
the most sustainable distillery in the world.
Okay.
Everything, like, he made his still by hand, he's made his mash tun by hand. Everything he does is so incredibly handmade.
Okay.
We picked this up the Apple Hatchet at Craft & Co,
Okay.
which is across the road from Bitters Lab.
We've got to catch up and do like a Craft and Co and Bitters Lab video. This is a thing. This is a thing that's gonna happen. This is a thing that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to go to the Bitters Lab tomorrow, and then I found this at my local bottle
Ooh, an
shop,
Ocar Red. Yeah.
and I was like, I don't have to go to the Bitters Lab anymore.
What I'm impressed by, because one assumes the big chains like Dan Murphy's are the cheapest place to get things, but the Bitters Lab, and again, okay,
The Bitters Lab is legitimately the cheapest place.
yeah, this is not of value to you, Pete, being up on the sunny coast, but in Melbourne,
Brisbane, but yeah.
yeah, okay, Brisbane. Sorry, man.
You're all
but
good.
the Bitters Lab, which is an independent outlet, they have, because they have direct access to a few things. There's a few things where they are actually cheaper than Dan Murphy's. I mean, there's stuff they have that Dan
You
Murphy's.
want to wind Dan Murphy's up, you tell them that they're more expensive than the Bitters Lab.
Because there's a Dan Murphy's across the road from the Bitters Lab, actually. But I mean, like, the Bitters Lab has Velvet Falernum for cheaper than Dan Murphy's does. But also, I mean, the Bitters Lab just has stuff that Dan Murphy's doesn't have. But it's kind of funny that they have a couple of things that Dan Murphy's has, but they're cheaper.
Oh, but mate, do you have access to the Forex distillery, right in Milton, down the road of where I am from? I mean, you know, what else would you ever want to drink?
Own them. Fuck that.
Yeah. Oh no, they're terrible, and I don't drink Forex at all. But it is such a wonderful eyesore whenever I pass through Milton, just seeing the big Forex sign, and I'm just like, yep, that's where a lot of shit beer is brewed.
Yeah. No, Pete, you've got so many good distilleries in your area. Forex.
What recommendations for distilleries should I go to in Brisbane?
Kirsten.
Sale yards.
Sale yards?
Pete's taking notes.
As in sale, as in selling things, or sale as in a thing you put on the boat?
No,
Sale as in selling things.
Mm-hmm.
They do a rum.
Rum, yep.
and they do a gin. Can't reach.
Oh, look. Fucking.
Oh,
Kirsten
nice.
got some.
Really good.
Billy Goat. All right.
Really good. Winston Quinn. I'm not sure where in the like Queensland area, but they've got really beautiful bottles. And I'm desperately trying to get them to like sponsor me for a thing. They don't give a shit about me.
But we've got to get there, Kirsty. We've got to become influencers. You're a gin.
I'm a ginfluencer.
I love the idea. I think ginfluencer is better than influencer. It's like, because if you're a ginfluencer, you influence people by getting them drunk, which I just really like.
I'm into that, like genuinely. What else is around the like Queensland area?
I don't know. I'm just noticing in chat, Abigail's talking about honey. Abigail, send me a link on Facebook to your stream and I will share it because I can share links. So I'll just have to bring up Facebook. So
there is a pub I frequent in Brisbane when it's not locked down due to COVID called Netherworld. And they do quite a lot of local beer brewing and things like that. But it also doubles as a game bar as well. They have a lot of arcade machines, and I played D&D there a few times as well, and things like that. But yeah, I do know there are decent brewers around this area. But yeah, alcohol is very functional to me a lot of the time. But I'm interested in exploring different types of things.
That's good. Okay, I'm just going to share. Abigail's doing a stream on Twitch. I think that works. I don't know. Fucking hell. At post midnight and 10 fucking cocktails in, I don't know what the fuck anything means anymore. So, oh God, I just tried to open Facebook and there are all these notifications and I cannot read any of them. I am physically not capable of reading Facebook notifications.
There is a distillery called Mount Uncle Distillery on the Cairns Highlands.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a thing? And they do an incredible gin called the Australian Bushfire Smoked Gin, and it's so good when you're like eating a charcuterie board.
Ooh.
Like, it's very specific for what your like activities are. And they have really beautiful bottles. I'm looking around and I can't find it.
We're trying to find it. Yeah. Frankie's just
probably means that it's in
is Frankie on the live stream?
Sorry, what was that, Nettie?
Why is Frankie not on the live stream? He's got chatty on the chat.
I don't think he has a webcam. I like how Frankie's asking if he can be a beerfluencer. If Kirsten's going to be a ginfluencer, Frank.
The answer is there's lots of them already. So have a good fun time trying to be one.
Can I be a Mesca influencer?
What's a Mesca influencer, Pete?
Someone who influences through mescaline.
Oh, yeah. I'm on board with that.
I just want to be a muddler. I got my first muddler. And
muddlers are good. Getting some fruit into your drinks. Fruit or...
Love a muddler.
Healthy.
Yeah. I've got... Because Mrs. Angry is a bit of an apothecary and a bit sort of... witchy on that fruit. She for reals, when she was watching me doing milk punches, when you do milk clarification or a milk punch, you get this powder in the filter. She's going, what you should do is light that on fire with a really hot flame and end up with white ash and then infuse that back into the drink. And I'm like, you're a fucking witch. Why am I involved with it? Rain's joining us. Rain!
So,
Hey,
Hello, Ray.
I have a dehydrator just behind me. It's there.
sorry.
That's
Say again.
my that is my ISO purchase when I bought
dehydrator.
a dehydrator. And so
Rain,
we've been dehydrating orange, lime, lemon, apple,
Yeah?
tomato.
Those are all.
Dehydrated some tomato. And it was delicious.
That's fantastic. Rain, what are you doing, buddy?
I'm just taking my beers and moving outside.
Oh, Rain's going to do an outside broadcast for fucking hell. That's great, dude. Dude, you look like you've got a body. What are you doing?
I even have a phone stand. Everything.
Okay, so my man Rain, to explain to us, where in the world are you?
I am in Estonia.
Estonia.
Oh, dude, that's fucking legendary.
My favorite country on earth.
Is it now?
I fucking love Estonia.
Have you been here?
Yeah, I spent 6 weeks in Estonia.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah. My husband and I did a world tour, and we met this Estonian man early on in our situation.
Dude, Rain, it looks so nice where you are.
Yeah, it's a little bit after 5 o'clock, I think.
Summertime.
Oh, dude.
Not yet summertime.
No, it looks nice, though.
Looks like summer.
Ah, beautiful.
We
Thank
can
you.
show you what Melbourne looks like, and it's not that.
Oh, dude,
I have a
that's-
bad angle right now.
No, it's good.
Rain.
How much do I fucking love the internet that we've got Rain just like fucking showing us outdoors in Estonia?
Yeah,
love
we have Eastern European songbirds in the background as well. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
fucking magic. It's fucking
Hey,
magic.
Rain, what city are you in or town?
Tallinn.
Oh, I fucking love Tallinn.
Right?
I want to be there so much. So it was
You guys can hear me all right, right?
5 years
Yeah,
ago
yeah.
that I was in Tallinn and did the Midsummer Festival on the island of.
There. I just want to show the view that Rain's showing us
So beautiful.
because it looks so good. We're all, because the rest of us on live stream are in Australia, we're all
I
at
can actually
night.
show you around a little bit.
Oh, dude, that's so,
Oh, lovely.
that's so nice. Oh my god, I love the fucking internet so fucking much. Just the
Fucking
idea
internet.
we could be hanging out and someone from Estonia just goes, "Hey, dude, do you want to see what my world is like?" And it's beautiful.
How cool is that?
Oh my god,
Oh,
I
it's so cool.
love the internet.
What countries does Estonia border on? Because I'm sort of aware of the general region, but I don't know whereabouts.
Finland. Well,
Chef
use Google.
Finland,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Google Maps, yo.
Russia and Finland.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, Ray. Buddy, this is fucking great. Oh my god.
Cool.
All right, so we're all in here now. But fuck, man, this like because I've been on the internet since the 90s, and I remember IRC when you'd be in an IRC channel, and there'd be like people from Australia, from America, people from all different European countries, from Asian countries, from African countries. God, it's fucking legendary. So I'm gonna get Rain on there. Where are we? No. I'm gonna get Rain on there. How does it work? Yeah. God, dude, it's nighttime where we are. We're all the other in the streamer in Australia. Dude, Cairns in the fucking daytime. Oh my god, it's fucking fun. It's legendary. And I can hear the birds and oh dude,
Some kind of car horn.
So what are you drinking? Beer or cider, or what? What are you having a sip of, buddy?
Beer.
Beer. Is it an Estonian beer or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's named Carl Friedrich.
Nice. Carl Friedrich beer, lager.
Hey, Kirsten.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
you said that you've been here before. Did you try any of the local beers? Not a beer drinker.
I mostly spent a lot of time drinking shots because I was a blonde Australian. And I didn't have to pay for alcohol.
That's talent for you.
Yeah.
Everybody who
I
comes
spent
here.
a lot of time in Turku.
Wow.
Which is where my friend was from. And I met homeless Steve Buscemi, which the photo I'm looking for on my Instagram feed at the moment, because he looked like Steve Buscemi, but he was definitely a homeless man who was collecting our bottles.
No, hey, maybe Steve moved, right? Never know.
He didn't. And I remember having a conversation in my head with myself about whether or not I needed to take my sunglasses out with me as I went on a night out.
Right.
Which turned out, yes, I needed to take my sunglasses with me because I went out at 8 p.m. and I came home at 5 a.m. and they were still the same as what Rain is currently sitting in.
Yeah.
Midsummer. And
right now, it doesn't even get dark during the evening. It stays like mildly lit. I mean, sure. Probably the same thing happens in Australia as well, right? During the winter time, no. Longer days and stuff.
In summer, we get daylight extends to about 9 p.m., but it definitely gets dark. So Northern Europe's a little bit different.
And I'm in
I
Queensland,
was
which is
in
at the north.
Estonia.
Sorry, you go, Kirsten.
I was in Estonia for Yanipav.
Right, yeah. Good
And
pronunciation.
we went down to the island of Saaremaa for Yanipav. I've never been so cold and so drunk in my life. The issue was that Midsummer Festival, it's about 20 degrees in Estonia, but Estonian 20 degrees summer, they're all wearing board shorts and thongs. And the Australians are in, yes, everyone at Yanipav looked exactly like that. And
right now it's 14 degrees.
14
degrees. We were so
Celsius.
cold. I have never been so cold in my life. At the Midsummer Festival. And we drank a lot of vodka. A lot of vodka. And my husband, who has Russian heritage, has never looked so Russian to me until we stepped at the Talon port, and there were a lot of Russians around, and I was like, bitch, you look exactly like those motherfuckers.
Yep. Russians really have a really distinct look to them.
They really do. I've never seen my husband look so Russian until we got off the boat from Finland in Estonia. And I was like,
do I look Russian at all? No.
you look
I have a
Estonian to
Corona
me.
beard. Yeah.
Is that your isolation beard, Ray?
Yeah. Unkempt, everything.
This is a tame version of my normal beard, so you're looking fine as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, we lost Kirsten somehow. Okay,
Oh.
hopefully she comes back. Her internet wanted to cut out. Oh my god, this is like okay. Normally I finish at 10 o'clock, and it's now 12:30, and I'm just fucking still going. But yeah, I'm a dude, Rain. I'm so glad you joined us. This is the magic of the internet. Just being able to see something that is completely different to where we are.
Well, right now you're looking almost exactly to the other side of the globe.
Yeah, you're almost exactly on the other side of the globe to us.
Yeah.
That's so good. Oh my god! Sorry. In reaction to me talking about isolation beard, Abigail's gone. I grew an isolation beard, but not. So okay, slightly too much information, but also I really like it. Oh my god! Okay, so I think I'm at 12.
Probably on the other side of the globe, though.
Yeah. Okay. Kirsten's
the beard, I mean.
Kirsten, you
her beard.
Amazing.
It was really distorted, and I thought maybe going away and coming back might solve the problem.
Okay, that sounds good. Although I think I'm going to go to.
You know what my favorite part about Estonia is?
Yeah.
No,
Is
go
that-
ahead.
Wi-Fi access is considered a right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Estonia has good Wi-Fi. Okay.
even
Not only
just
good
Skype.
Wi-Fi, it's everywhere. All of the local businesses share their Wi-Fi. All of the city has its own public, I mean, Wi-Fi networks stationed throughout the whole town. Mostly the downtown area, but there are other hotspots. You can access like actual like public Wi-Fi without having to go to the other like establishments and saying like, hey, I'm really desperate for data. Can you throw me a password?
No, considering how much we use the internet, it should just be considered a public utility at this point.
Absolutely.
It's
Everyone
so
needs
funny.
to use
In
it, so-
Estonia, it is
Here it is.
absolutely considered a public utility. And when you drop below 4 bars, it's tragedy.
No, we should have.
Right now I'm in my backyard and I have full bars Wi-Fi.
Nice.
It was great. I loved Estonia. It's got such a rich history and cheap drinks, which is literally all I want in my life.
Oh, perfect. Brilliant.
And
Oh my God,
like 7 years ago, I was skinny and blonde. So I was a skinny blonde Australian girl run amok in Estonia. And yeah, definitely had a good fun time.
I bet.
Right, I'm making another drink. I'm using the Autonomy Amaro and the Maiden Eye Sweet Vermouth.
Oh God, I've loved Maiden Eye since I found their vermouth.
I like the tiny bottles because I
tiny bottles.
keep them in my freezer. And I'm not sure what gin I'm gonna use.
Yeah, I've really fallen in love with the Maiden Eye vermouth since I found them.
So good.
Yeah, because I was never really into vermouth, and then I found the Maiden Eye ones and Australian vermouth.
Andrew, I need to show you some vermouth that the guys at Brad Frankie's shared with us. And like, holy fuck, you can drink that like wine.
Yeah, absolutely.
So fucking good.
Yeah. Okay. So you all should look forward to videos because I'm definitely catching up with Kirsten. Now we're allowed to interact with other humans, and because Mrs. Angry really liked the gin, and Kirsten being very well versed in the gins.
I've decided on the ounce.
Yeah.
Ounce gold.
Yeah.
So pretty. So accessible.
Dude, rain. I just love the outdoors. Rain is showing.
Oh, it's so good.
It's all nighttime for us in Australia. Just the magic of the internet. You connect someone in a completely different hemisphere, and we get to see these beautiful outdoors.
Yeah.
I'm still messing with the phone stand.
Yeah.
Look, just show us the sky. We're okay with that. Half of us are from Melbourne, and we haven't seen blue sky in what is it, 2 months?
Dude, what is that lounge you've got in your backyard, Rain? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Dude, that's fucking great. Yeah, we've had a lot of rain, which is kind of good because we needed it. But seeing someone
a lot of rain. I hear you.
Yeah.
It was quite miserable here in Queensland, in Brisbane, over the last couple of days. But today was fairly clear. But everyone acts like the world is ending if there's rain in Queensland. Sometimes.
Because I'm working from home, and most of the time, because I'm like you can tell because there's a fridge just next to me. I'm basically there's like kitchen and like a dining room extension, and I have my workstation for my working from home just behind me, and I've drawn the sort of Roman blinds there, but I have that open during the day so I can see outside, and if there's no cloud, it's really nice. But the last couple of days, it's been very dark because it's been very over the cloud. So seeing rain out in the backyard with the sunshine is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I love it, dude. I love it.
Yeah. Do you know what else is beautiful, Andrew?
What do you got, buddy? Another beer. Another beer. Nice.
Beautiful.
Is that an Estonian beer you're enjoying there, Rain? Nice. Very good.
We already went through it, if you don't remember.
Yeah, no, I saw your video on Facebook. Yes, definitely.
I work just down the road from one of the best breweries in Melbourne. And so we have unlimited access to some of the nicest beer in town, and I don't drink beer, much to the disappointment of the guys who I share my office with.
Nice. I'm not really a beer drinker. I do like cider, and I like making.
I'll drink cider if that's what's bubbly and on offer.
Yeah,
I remember when I traveled to Brisbane initially I was living here, and I had some friends from Bundaberg come down, and we went to a local Irish pub, and they were giving out samples of Tui's 5 seeds, which hadn't been released at that point.
Yes.
And we got drunk off the samples because there was literally no one else there, and the promo people liked us enough to keep plying us with booze for the next few hours. So I'm quite partial to cider when it's free and being offered to us.
Yeah, free. The best drinks are free drinks. Yeah.
It's really funny. I saw a girlfriend earlier this week, and she's like, "Oh, it's really hard being single and stuff." And I was like, "I've been in a relationship for 12 years, and I flirt just to exercise the muscle, not for any particular reason." I've watched my husband stand there to the side while I get some guy in a bar to buy me free drinks.
I just feel like it's so funny because over the years I've made internet friends from around the world, and just going into Facebook one day and seeing an American friend saying "Dude, when this lockdown is free, someone better fuck me really hard because I haven't even touched a human in 2 months." And I'm like, okay, cool. It's like
Speaking
I'm
of
in a relationship, and I don't want to be mean, but I'm getting the action and all that.
I'm an accountant. My favorite story I've ever seen is some person that I used to work with being like, "Aren't you worried about your wife?" And he's like, "No, that's fiscally responsible because I was flirting my way into some free drinks."
Speaking of getting things for free in bars, it wasn't technically for free. Someone who wasn't me was in a pub in Bundaberg, and someone asked me if I could buy them a drink, and then someone who wasn't me asked me if I could buy them a drink, and said, I have a whole bunch of homegrown cannabis that I will give you if you buy me a drink. And so someone who wasn't me said, "That sounds like a pretty good deal. I'll just go and get a Tui's New," and got a handful of homegrown cannabis in exchange, and had a very good night as a result.
Yes.
Do you have any paper?
Really good time.
Good deal. Good deal. Excellent exchange of services.
Yeah.
But
Did you have any
the
paper?
person who wasn't you.
The person who wasn't me had a friend who was with them who was a smoker of Rolly cigarettes, so it was no problem whatsoever.
I had the papers.
Yeah. But in a short spot, apparently Bible pages make fantastic.
Bible
rolling
pages
paper.
make excellent rolling paper.
Because there is so thin, right?
Especially the Jehovah's Witness /
the Watchtower.
Yeah, the Watchtower. Excellent. Good in a pinch. From a person who wasn't me.
Yeah. No, legit. I have to go to bed at fucking 12:30. I've been having so much fun. Rain. For joining. Yeah, I'm being a bitch. I'm being a bitch.
Hiking out.
12:30.
It's okay. Husband came an hour ago. He's like, "I thought you said this went till 10."
That's it again. I normally go to 10, and it's 12:30 at the moment. Knocked over my cocktail shaker. That's fine.
Don't do that.
But it was lovely hanging out.
Mess.
Oh, Pete, it was so good having you here. Kirsten, Rain, everyone who's been in the chat, everyone who came in on cam. Oh my God, this has been so much fun. Oh my God. Rain, have a really good day, buddy. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, 100%.
You too, man.
Oh my God.
Bye, guys.
On one level, I want to keep going, but I seriously I seriously have to go to bed. So bye everyone. Have fun.
Thank you. Bye.
Later. Bye.